come in. I thought I was going to relax today, but the way that Hollywood is set up, looks like I'm going to have content for a very long time. Alrighty, I see somebody in here. Hey. Apology denied, sir. Hey, Stephanie. Hey, Terry. Yeah, the internet is ablaze for a good reason. Hey, Cat Eyes, beautiful. How are you? Hey, C Pretty all over. Hey, Cass Tarot, much love to you as well. Y'all. Hey, AJ Beauty. Didn't I just tell y'all about how they would have possibly got the surveillance footage from the hotel? And then boom, here it is on CNN. And he puts out, he told us time will tell. He told us, give it a little time, the truth will come out. Well, look at time telling. Hey, Cashmere. Say they just got done running my errands right on time. Hey, Sean Turner. Hey, Megan. Yeah, where's son going now with that? If I hear somebody say no Diddy, I'm going to smack him. What, he going to smack the whole world? Y'all, this is just the beginning. I started telling y'all last year that he was being deactivated. I told y'all that the feds and Homeland Security was coming to raid his house, and they did. The bunny ears have been on this chair since I bought them, baby. No significant reason. It was on the chair when I purchased it. That's how you know we was waiting to see you after that sorry ass Apollo lie. Baby, wasn't it an Apollo lie? Whoo! Cue the violins. He couldn't even keep his eyes straight with the damn camera. Looked like a natural born tweaker. That's probably how they got him on camera. They took his supply and was like, you can't get it back until you say I'm sorry. Y'all. Hey, Miss K. Y'all. I ain't gonna be on here for long, but all I can tell you is get ready for the camel. I've been telling y'all he got less than a 2-year window. Roller chair? What your name is Stephen King. I ain't even about to pay you no mind. Y'all, they let the bots come in here early. Hey, Shernan. Said a lie that makes your mama say, get the belt. Listen, he the type that might like getting hit with belts. He's something different. Said he shouldn't have even made that video. He was better being silent. I agree. Because I don't know anyone, even the people who were sympathizing with them, that were saying, well, we don't know what happened and this was a money grab. Not a one of those people came forward and had a drop of sympathy for him. It made it 10 times worse. It was like gasoline on the fire. Said it was a reader that said the camel was trying to buy time after he had December 2024 to March 25th. Well, I've been telling my channel over here, baby, he has less than a 2-year window, and that's for sure. What y'all don't know, they've been trying to hide this for a while. Hey, Milan Mystic Messages. They've been trying to hide this for a while, but he just got in trouble with the Trades Commission and the feds over this last app that he has. It's an app that allows people 13 years old and older to partake in using this app. And that app did everything that they claimed that they were afraid of TikTok doing. And now he has to go before the Trade Commission because of that app, because it leaked a lot of information to minors and put people's children in harm's way. And he's been buying time to stay out of the media because this is huge. Everything that they told us that TikTok can do is, I have to say for YouTube purposes, allegedly what his app just did. Let's see what you say here. Said, Angel, you got to go back to the comments in the Cardi B Meg reading. I had a Meg stan try to come for you in the comments like, girl, bye. Baby, them ain't just stands. It's people from her camp that have dummy accounts. If you click on the person's face and, go to their page, you'll see it has either 0 subscribers or less than 5 subscribers, and the page just started. Yeah, they've been coming for me, but guess what? I ain't told a lie yet. Windmill all you want to. Your time is short. What she say? Clock out, girl. Your time is up. Why you still here? Yeah, they mad because they know it's the truth. All those lies are catching up with people. Everybody gonna be in the middle of the street this year, 2024. You've been doing wrong. This is your year to get caught. Hey, Katrina said, hey, Angel, I couldn't wait to hear your viewpoint on Diddy's foolishness. Y'all, this stopped me from doing content because I was just getting ready to do the Gene Deal deactivation reading. I'm still going to do a reading on the aftermath after your apology. So I'm going to be, getting all of this stuff together today. I just wanted to come on in here and tap on in here with y'all because, baby, I want y'all to pay attention to a lot of the people who are now calling him to the table, because some of these people are calling him to the table because they have put their hands on women as well, in similar ways, and they do not want to smoke with losing money for their brands. What's his name? Peter from the Housewives show, Peter Thomas. Y'all don't let Peter fool y'all. He got an active lawsuit on him right now because he put hands on Waka Flocka's ex-wife, Tammy's cousin. Like literally choked her up in the bar, and his own employees had to get him off of her. So for him to be sitting up here talking about this is inappropriate, sir, sit your scoop ball head ass down, because you in court right now for choking the woman at your establishment, the one that you had problems keeping open. Said, so that's why him and Jolene are in Japan. Kashmir. I explained, I want to say, was it maybe 1 or 2 lives ago, why they are actually in Japan. Everybody who's been in here, I know this probably might show up backwards, but this right here, look this up. B-E-N, hold on, BENZAITEN, okay? This is what they've been tapping into allegedly over there. Would you say Milan Mystic Messenger said that's so corny? Baby, it is. Here's the thing. If I wasn't spot on and if you weren't spot on, why would they be in either one of our comment sections? The only reason why they came over to you is because I gave you a shout out telling everybody how dope your reading was, and here they come over to your page. I had one that, I don't know, I think she probably popped the gasket typing, cussing me out, but I couldn't take her serious because the comment was so illiterate that I had to add the words that she meant to say in there to get to where she meant to go with what she was saying. And then it was like she was popping up between the community feed and then like bouncing back and forth between videos and the community feed to try to argue with people in the comments. And I'm like, okay, at this point, I'm not about to let you harass my subscribers. You're going to get the hell up out of here. And I just went ahead and blocked her because You know, I don't care about a difference of opinion, but you're not going to disrespect nobody. Wait a minute. Said it doesn't matter who he's apologizing to or on what it is, it's too late. I agree. I agree. He could have kept that apology and went on about his business. He's not sorry that he put his hands on her. He's sorry that he got caught. It's a difference. He ain't sorry worth a damn that he treat women like that. He's sorry that he got exposed. So you've been keeping it a buck, baby. Listen, that's why I love to talk to all of you, because it's an open exchange. Everybody talking about tell Cat Williams to close the portal, to close this black hole. No, Cat Williams said what was supposed to be said, because this is the year that's going to start the judgment. We just had the Jubilee for the royal family, and right after the Queen had her Jubilee, what happened? Family members started just dropping dead, passing away, because it's that time. Why, thank you. Said, wow, I love your skin color. Thank you. Thank you, Cat Eye. Said, like, comment, and subscribe. Share the notification bell. I love it. Good afternoon to you. Said, why you think Jay is quiet? He's what? I guess it's like he's worse. He better be quiet right now. Listen, here's something I wanted to share with y'all. This is why I always like to tell you guys how things work, because this is the industry I used to work in. So you can look this up for yourself. If you go back to the day that they did the raids, where they caught up to the diddler at the airport and they took the young white guy into custody, they knew what they were doing when they were taking him, because he was named in Little Rod's lawsuit, right? So here's an Easter egg that let me know that I was onto something with the 2-year window with the camel. When they got to talking about all the places that his plane had been that day, remember, his plane was supposed to be touching down in Belize. They were supposed to go from Belize over to Africa. That was the plan. Well, he never got to go. The news put this little Easter egg out, and it went over a lot of people's head. And the Easter egg was the same day that he was trying to get out of the United States, the camel's plane was actually, in the air. And they let it be known that they picked up on his plane through the FCC flying in United States airspace that same day. That was said for a reason. That was not a random clue. The reason why they said that is because that was a hint to the fact that he is under investigation as well. Y'all know how many wealthy people have planes? How many people could have possibly been in a helicopter or a plane that day? It's people that have like the crop dusters, the Cessnas, farmers that have Cessnas that they fly over the crops and they, irrigate or fumigate their crops. They didn't tell us about all of those people that were in the sky that day. So why did they find it, in their journalistic integrity to let us know that he was in the sky as well that day? It was because they were letting him know that he's being watched as well, and he's being watched in conjunction to, in concert to. So y'all keep that under y'all hat and y'all watch for this, because I like to tell people who look like me, when they say, oh, why y'all always doing this, you'll never see white people doing this, you'll never see white people doing that. That is a lie, because if you follow, it depends on the algorithm in which you watch, and that's what's going to show you what's going on according to what you watch. For people who are on TikTok, who watch content from everybody, They had already been talking about Jay-Z's flight logs for a whole year on TikTok, and they were trying to take these TikTokers' page because what they found in his flight logs is that his plane had been in several places that were considered cartel country, at least 7 different drop points. And the first thing that came to my mind when I heard that is Dez, who used to be married to, a man who was a part of the cartel. They got knocked. She turned state property, flipped on her husband, and got 70 cartel members arrested. Now, how they even got knocked in the first place is they were running product for Griselda Blanco. So she missed out on doing a bid by turning her own husband in. And then when she turned her husband in, it also incriminated 70 other cartel members, and they took all of them down due to Desiree Perez. Now, Desiree Perez is now the CEO over at Cop Nation, as y'all call it, who works directly up under him. So would it be possible that Dez gave him those same connects so that he could touch down and he could tap in all these different places? And this is why they've been keeping up with his flight logs. And now they're trying to do whatever they can do to remove themselves from this country because y'all, it's above them now. See, they had it sold up as long as it only went to the FBI. It's past the FBI now. It's Homeland Security. Everybody who's in this chat, remember, I've been telling y'all for over a month now. God showed me a vision where it was a field office where they showed a huge global map. And on that global map, there were field agents with like little, what do you call them, like thumbtacks. And the thumbtacks were attached to like red cords. And they were just putting the cords, up on the board, one over here, one over here. And the cords just kept going further and further out. And it went from national to international. And it was so many red cords to where you could barely see the map under those cords. Well, that's what's happening. All these people are now getting caught up because they got to check where all they travel. How many states did you go across? Okay, how many country lines did you go across allegedly trafficking? So this is huge. This is way bigger than him. Yes, he is sorry, but he is not sorry for what he did. He's sorry for getting caught. He's sorry for what he got caught up in. And it's a whole bunch of people about to be sorry the same because he ain't going down alone, y'all. Let me get caught up on these comments. Said, didn't Slim Thug make a baby with his cousin or dating? You know what? It's been so long. I believe I've heard that before, but I'm not sure. Okay, I see the bots are in live in attendance in the chat. Said she was so mad she wasn't spelling it. She wasn't spelling it right. Said right, I feel you on that. Okay, let's see. Thanks for keeping it real, Angel. You're welcome, baby. I only tell y'all what my angels tell me. Said, would you do a video on Kobe Bryant? I found some interesting stuff on his passing. I keep hearing that his ex-wife might have been involved. Hunter, sweetie, why you think her and his parents were going back and forth the way they were? I'll say this. When people are involved in certain levels of things, they may know what's going to happen. They just don't know when and where. I don't think that the daughter was expected to be a part of what happened. Said we only 5 months in. I know June is going crazy. Listen, I've been telling y'all that June is going to be very significant. A lot of legal documentation is going to come to the table next month. Um, you got to think about with this footage coming out on Diddy. Notice Motown and I want to say Motown and UMG Music Group, Lucian Grange, like they were removed from Lil Rod's civil suit, and then the next week we see this video come out. So they're gonna make sure the people that they need to take care of and the people that they need to protect are protected, because he's been peacocking this whole time. He's been the face of things. He's gonna have to eat this, but they gonna protect the church's money. They no longer need his services. That's why he was trying so hard to stay relevant, to stay young. Okay, I'm 54 and I'm dating a city girl. All of that was because he knew once he was no longer viable as a influencer, he only had so much time left. So, you know, when they get to the point where they start doing stuff where they start looking desperate like that, that's why. Said the Iran president just passed away in a helicopter. Who Jesus. Who? Y'all, we about to see some folks selling in some rocky water for the next 6 months. And if y'all think that this year is crazy, I just want y'all to understand that this year is the year of indictments. Next year is the year of judgment. Next year is when you're going to start seeing stuff go to trial. You're going to see grand juries. You're going to see all of this stuff start to play out, you know, cosmically and legally. This is just the beginning. You got, I want to say what, 60-70% of these so-called socialites and celebrities going broke. And when I say broke, I mean, yeah, everyday people living better than a lot of these people you seeing on the app that got this jewelry on and they in these fancy cars. They are literally a check or two away from living worse than everyday people. Let's see, he couldn't even say Cassie's name in that so-called apology. I think for him, that probably was his legal team that told him not to mention her name. Notice he referenced it as that video. He didn't reference where it happened or anything of that nature. It was very weird. He could not keep his eyes focused. He was jittery. He got to talking about some, well, back then I was fucked up. I was fucked up. And I'm thinking to myself, like, you look fucked up right now. You look like you tweaking. Like, they needed to sober you up a bit to put you on the camera. Now, I want y'all to pay attention to the surrounding around him. Where was he at when he made that video? Where was he at? I mean, I know he has multiple houses. We haven't seen all his houses. But he looked like he was up in a tree house somewhere. Where the hell was he at? Oh, thank you. Said, my God bless you, sister. I hope you receive deliverance from anything that ails you. Thank you very much. Many blessings to you. Hey, Tina12 said, hey, Angel Girl, I know I was not about to miss this live. I kind of gave y'all a few minutes notice. I had no intention on going live today, guys. I was just going to do content. I did a couple of personal readings. I was going to do content. That was going to be it. Y'all, I had prepared to have a little fish fry to myself today, kick back and relax. And I cut my TV on and I said, now see, I can't even sit back and chill today. You just don't know how to act. Even in your apology need an apology. Hey, Empress Fee said, what do you think about this? Some people believe Diddy is a federal informant, like uh, his father. Let's say that's true. That apology seems more like he's begging for his life from people. Empress Fee, I think you hit a nail on the head there. And the reason why is because, as long as the feds were involved in things, you see how he didn't really seem to get in trouble. It wasn't until agency that superseded the feds came in, which is Homeland Security. And once Homeland Security comes in, they spearhead everything, and then the feds have to work under them. So whoever warned him to get the hell out the house had to be a federal person that kind of tapped him on the shoulder. And his son, not being that bright, made that ridiculous, horrible diss track, letting it be known that y'all hit this house, but y'all didn't know we had the one next door. Um, how did you know to move things next door? Who could have possibly told you in enough time to get things out of the house? Because they didn't get rid of everything. They got rid of certain things. So, and I definitely have been hearing for years that that's, what the deal was with his father. And that's why his father ended up unalive, because somebody in the streets found out that he was allegedly an informant and they took him out. And who wants their dealings with him to stay a secret? I don't even think it's about just the dealings with him. He's hot like firecrackers on Chinese New Year. So it's not necessarily about his constituents in the industry. It's those that are up here that have been giving him the leeway to move around. He got so much flack on him that we started to see people up here that we ain't had no business seeing. These people are not supposed to be named. We're not supposed to be looking up here. Remember, he's down here. This hand up here is the hand of the puppet master. Down here is Pinocchio. Up here is Geppetto. We're not supposed to see the hand attached to the strings that has the puppet. What he did was he exposed these strings and it caused us to look up. So now it's like, oh, who's up here? Now they got to get him out of the way so that we don't keep looking up and start noticing who's up here. Said as if he doesn't want to end up like Epstein. Don't be surprised if something like that happens and they claim that he may have possibly harmed himself. Said he didn't mention his family or anything. It just seemed like a coded message for them to not take him out. Um, here's the thing. When you dance with the devil, eventually you will get burned. And when you get off into dealing with certain energies and certain entities, okay, you can mess around and sacrifice yourself. So, let's remember what he put on his back and what she's the patron saint for. If she deems that as justice, don't be surprised if you find out that he may have allegedly unalived himself. Hey, avid chatter. So, Angel, I believe the camel still has his hands in the, we'll say the substance business. A lot of them do. Y'all got to remember Jonathan Odie, right? Remember this name, Jonathan Odie. About 5 years ago, Jonathan Odie gets in trouble due to a incident attached to him trying to harm people over like some Trump stuff, right? And he goes to jail, he gets locked up, and they have a video of him in Dade County, down there in Florida. He's being interrogated. And the officer, he kept trying to gloss over what Jonathan Odie was saying, but Jonathan Odie talked about how the diddler was hiring him for the FOs to be with him and Cassie. He talked about him. He talked about DJ Khaled. He talked about Rick Ross. He said that all of them were involved in, we'll say, traffic, okay? And he talked about, all the different ways that they were involved in, you know, traffic. So here it is 5 years later. That video starts to surface on right here on YouTube, and they tried to put out a fake funeral announcement for him, making people think that he passed away in lockup. Well, I'm here to tell you he didn't. His name has now been added to the list for witnessing, and he's supposed to be going before a grand jury because he was one of the first to uh, solidify the information that Cassie came forward and said in her civil suit. So remember the name Jonathan Odie, because Jonathan Odie said that they were involved in transporting substances by plane. Let's see. What does that say? Yeah, I don't take it at face value. That was a message. Definitely a Fed folks been saying this for years. So yeah, this rabbit hole go deep. This is like, when you go to the wishing well and drop a coin in and you wait to hear it hit the bottom, and you stand there for a minute. It's like, okay, I don't hear nothing. How far down does this go? This is that. Said, wonder how she squirmed her way to become the CEO. Well, that's very interesting. I'm going to add her to a series that I'm going to do on the camel, because I've already done 2 readings on her already. If you've been on my channel for a minute, the first one I did was Desiree Perez, got your hand caught in the cookie jar. And then I did an update. I can't remember what the update name was, but those were all attached to Henny. And see, she got the company in a world of trouble because she did some unsavory things to keep people quiet so that people wouldn't speak before that whole incident went to court. Remember, Kelsey said in her song Bussin' Back that if you got Apple Music or you on this app when we get off of here, you could pull it up. She said that if she spoke, Des said we'll say an adult tape would drop. That is a very major crime. You're saying you're going to use, how can I say this? You're going to use revenge porn to, finagle some things. You can't do either one. You can't entrap somebody with, threatening to release revenge porn. That's a very, very big federal offense. So imagine someone who was already a federal informant, and I'm not going to say allegedly because she got her husband and 70 cartel members locked up. Imagine somebody who's already documented under a federal program getting caught up for getting involved in things like this. Do y'all realize how big that is and how that would affect Cop Nation if they got in trouble for the way that Dez was moving? Let's see, somebody's sending me something. Yeah, baby, it's about to go down, Hunter. It sure is. Any of y'all that remember that group that used to be on Rockefeller Christian? Up in Smoke? Yeah, Up in Smoke. Watching your life go down. That's the soundtrack for everything that's happening right now. So Empress P says, also, he posted that cryptic message when he was at the beach and praying, and it started off with videos from the Jewish Holocaust Memorial in Miami. I don't think that was random. Listen, nothing he's doing right now is random. He's talking to the people who are over the industry. And see, if you've watched my deactivation videos, I said from the very beginning, he's not being deactivated from the brotherhood. He's being deactivated from the fatherhood. The fatherhood, you know, I ain't gonna go too deep into that because they already spamming me. Just 13 families. If you know, you know. If you don't, look that up. It's gonna tell you everything you need to know. That's who cut the cords. It wasn't the puppet masters that cut his cords. It was that cloud way, way up here above the puppet masters that said, excuse me, fall back, let him go. He knows he's at the end of his rope. And there's no way to go but down from here. And see, he can't live a regular life. He go to lock up, he's got to be in PC the rest of his life. He's got to be in 23-1. Y'all know how many people that's going to be lined up waiting to extort him? And he ain't going to have it to give because the Fed's going to take everything? No way but down from here. Said that's why the camel purchased that warehouse property. Is crazy, the location. Listen, ain't stuff starting to add up? Hey, DeMarcus' mom. Said, I still believe the camel has some doings with Dolph and his weed business. Listen, if you look at the label that Dolph was signed under for distribution, that company has had a long string of artists that are no longer here. And that the first artist that I can recall, and I can tell you this as a fact, if you go back and look at her catalog, you'll see that I'm telling you the truth, was Aaliyah. Her distribution came through that same exact company. She was signed to her uncle, distribution through, the same distribution company that Dolph was under. And around that time that Dolph passed, I want to say what? In a year and a half, 2-year span, they lost anywhere from 9 to 11 artists? That's a hell of a lot. So I think the message was a threat and they responded with the video, hence this apology. Well, here's the thing. He should have kept his dog on the leash. You got your son out here looking like little scrappy dude jumping off the porch, and see, son is entitled. He don't know no better. He don't know who you talking to. You know who you talking to. He out here thinking that, I'm going to puff my chest out and I'm going to talk to 50 and I'm going to talk to the feds. The son ain't got no idea how far this go. The feds is the least of their worries. The feds was the ones that may have looked the other way for years. It's not the feds that's your problem. You got Homeland Security. Only thing above Homeland Security is Interpol. Interpol is international. Now remember, I told y'all this is going international. This is not just here. Now I don't know about any other mediums that, have predicted this. A lot of people stop, well, what's going to happen here? I'm telling you, this is global. And it's going to go, I said this in other lives, it's going to go Hollywood to Bollywood, Bollywood to Nollywood, all the entertainment circles around the world, all these different continents. They're all going to take out their trash. And you're going to see all these people getting exposed because it's a trade-off. It's a distraction. If we put these people out here, we protect these people back here you don't see. The names are going to be big enough to where people are like, oh my God, they're getting the top of this and the top of that. No, they're not. No, they're not. They're getting the ones that they allow you to have. They're not getting the top of anything. The people that are at the very top, they're not going to be seen. Not like this. They're going to remain in the shadows. Yeah, so she went from a snitch in the courtroom to the head of a boardroom. Hell nah, she's a plant. Listen, Avid, why you think Dame Dash nerves was so bad when they got to asking him about that, and he was like, you know, we from the block. We don't work with rats. We don't hire rats. Now y'all understand why he felt the way he felt. Said, you know what, that you mentioned it back, thinking, okay, y'all talking to each other. Said Dez is going to tell on Camel when the ish hits the fan. Cashmere, remember what I tell y'all, my spirit guides call her. They call her Cut a Deal Dez. I laughed the minute I heard it. That's what my angels call her. They call her Cut a Deal Dez. And they said as soon as she gets the opportunity, she's going to cut a deal to get herself out of the way. But see, here's where she ends up vulnerable. When she cuts that deal, now she doesn't have the camel to protect her, right? You still got these cartel people over here who ain't never forgot. They ain't forgot a damn thing. And if y'all remember what happened to Griselda Blanco, remember, Griselda went to prison, and when she got out, she begged the government, please don't send me back home. What did the United States do? They sent her back to Colombia, and the cartel sent somebody on a motorcycle to ride by and spray her outside in front of everybody. So she can cut a deal, but that deal ain't gonna do nothing but buy her a few minutes of time. What you think her husband feel? This was her husband. We don't know who all she done pissed off. 70 cartel members? That's a lot of damn people that feel like they need to tap you on the shoulder. So yes, Desiree's husband, Juan Perez, is a feared man in NYC. He happens to run Rock Nation Sports. I say money laundering, baby. So you got to think. Here she is and here he is, right? Even if he allowed her to speak so that she wouldn't, face what he was facing, he still can't control them other people that's upset. And then you got to look at him and her both have the knowledge needed to allegedly give to Camel for his planes to keep landing in all these different territories that are considered cartel hotspots. We're talking about his private plane for the last year and a half has stopped in all these places repeatedly. They've been on his head for his flight logs a very long time. Said I also wondered, how did the feds only get Biggs for the weed and Jay got away with it? Most of us knew, most of us knew that was his weed too on the east side. Baby. Whew. Very heavy, interesting question. Said, yep, that's why he thought he was going to get away with it, because he has been for so long. Yeah. Folks ain't sorry. They sorry they got caught. It's a huge difference. Cashmere says, pretty much the diddler and the camel were both fed snitches. Allegedly. Said, I believe that the camel was behind the Murder Inc. raids. He warned Dame to not be in the office on Friday. That's the raid that they did for the office. Rockefeller and Murder Inc. shared the same floor. Avid chatter, and just to piggyback on what you're saying, not only did they get raided, Jay Prince got raided, and they also came over there to death row as well. But see, Dame was never the same after that. Everything started going down for Dame, and then next thing you know, the Camel started getting CEO positions under Lear. So Just interesting how things work out. Yeah, it was a piece of hair on me. Felt like an ant. Said, seen a live that said Camel did snitch. Um, at this point, I don't put nothing past nothing and nobody. And I will tell y'all this: what a lot of people are just now starting to find out, I knew a very long time ago. It is very profitable to be a federal informant, depending on who you are working for. They get paid. So when you look at some of your favorite entertainers that keep catching cases, and they 5 and 6 and 7 time felons and can't seem to go to jail, or can't seem to stay in there and come out and catch another case and don't really get in trouble, you got to ask yourself how the hell they keep getting out of all of that. Regular people can't keep going in and going out and going in and going out. It's a certain person in particular, I ain't gonna even name them, but y'all gonna know exactly what I'm talking about when I say this. Got caught with a trunk full of Taliban. Already, what, 6, 7 time felon, and only did what, 3.5 years? Each one of those individual weapons was a 5 to 10 by themselves because they were military grade. How did you only get 3.5 years? One handgun without proper registration is a 5-year bid. They may give you 3.5 if you've never been in trouble before, and that's on good behavior. So how you get 3.5 with a whole trunk full of Taliban? Let's see. Said I heard that might be kind of involved. They thought they could have covered up Dolph's death, but people are starting to the connections. Yeah, they're starting to connect the dots. Yeah, he said the Diddler is one too, and the gag is Russell Simmons is one too. Y'all, did y'all see when Russell got served recently by Drew Dixon? And for y'all who don't know who Drew Dixon is, Drew Dixon is a very well accomplished female executive from the music industry. She was also a producer, and she was considered the female Rick Rubin. She was behind a lot of hits and a lot of big artists. And she said that Simmons and L.A. Reid both were very inappropriate with her physically. So L.A. Reid is here facing the case, but Simmons is over here stretching on the beach in Indonesia. So I thought it was very interesting that she had him served by a process server over in Bali. Like, he's on live getting served. So, of course, they can't, the United States can't extradite him and bring him back. But if Interpol finds him in something that might be considered, a international traffic ring, don't be surprised if he get picked up and brought back, because that's beyond the United States. That's global police. Said that's why Diddy is over in Bali with him. Listen, didn't I tell you pay attention to Diddy's background? Why it look like he over in the damn tree house somewhere? That don't look like his property. That don't look like, where he lives. I was looking at his background more than I was looking at him, because his eyes was doing all like this, and he, like, I can't sit here and watch you. You can't even focus. You look like you about to start doing this. But I'm looking at his background, and I'm like, this background seemed very damn familiar. So now you got to ask yourself, if he did happen to slip out like a thief in the night, whose plane did he get on to possibly get somewhere? Because it wasn't his, because his has been grounded. So who would have done you a solid to let you be a stowaway? Because I'm telling you, he looked like he in a tree house with George in the jungle. I couldn't stop looking at the background. When I get off of here with y'all, I'm going to go look again and be nosy. See if somebody in the background with a coconut. Said he probably was. Said he probably was. They said that Tootsie. Oh, talking about that strawberry Coca-Cola. Right. Said looked like he was in Bally with Russell. I'm telling you. I know I'm behind in these comments, y'all, so I'm just not seeing y'all answer me from earlier. I told y'all looked like he was in a treehouse somewhere. Like, where the hell are you at? Gilligan's Island? Like, this don't look like you gone live from your house enough for us to know that your house don't look like that. Your house, all your houses got raided, so we know your house don't look like that. Where the hell you at? Did you get on a popsicle stick raft and float somewhere so somebody could pick you up in the middle? Somebody can pick you up in the middle of the ocean in the middle of the night. Where you at? Hey, Princess Pooh. Hey, Nikki's World. Says he's on his island in Miami. Well, he does have two houses on Star Island. I just don't remember ever seeing it look that rustic. It looked more like island, like more like Caribbean. So if he is somewhere in this tool shed in the backyard, like, did you go all the way back out to where the help get their supplies to apologize? So it looked like you was more down to earth. Where the hell was you at? In the tool shed? Trying to look down to earth and poor for about a good 5 minutes is not gonna make us allow you to apologize at all. I don't care how cheap the background look, how rustic the background look. It does not take away from what you did and the fact that you're not sorry for real. You ain't sorry worth a damn. You sorry you got caught. You've been telling us up until a couple of days ago that the time will tell and that you ain't did nothing. And look at good old time. Time was on our side. Time pulled up and was like, wait a minute, hold on, baby, I got a receipt. Here you go. Said if he think going to Bali is going to save him, it will not. Just because a country doesn't have extradition doesn't mean they won't make you leave the country. Right. And see, funny, I'm just reading that. So, like I said, excuse me, y'all, because I'm kind of late on catching up on some of y'all comments. But like I said, if Interpol gets involved, he will be considered a global criminal, and then they could send the world police after him. And if they have to send the world police, and he just happened to be over there with Cat Daddy Russell, they'll pick Cat Daddy Russell up too for aiding and abetting with harboring a fugitive. And then you already got stuff waiting on you back over here. So if I was anybody that knows him, I would treat him like the tweaker he is and leave him on the porch. Hell no, you can't come in here. We seen what you did. I don't help aid and abet criminals. He be outside. I'll be talking to him through the blinds like, what you want? Make it quick and get off my porch. Said that video was worse than Chris Brown one. No offense. Well, see, here's the thing. We ain't never seen nothing with Chris Brown. And see, they knew, seeing is believing. They knew that they couldn't charge him due to the statute of limitations, but they didn't need to charge him. They needed to convict him in the court of public opinion. That way, when they want to move on him, it limits him from having access to having support. The other celebrities, anybody else that might have his back, once that hit the public, nobody wants to be seen with him because they don't want to be associated with such activities. And that makes it to where what you said about the other countries can make you leave. that makes it where the other countries will stop you before you can even get off the plane. They will tell you when you try to, unboard, unload the plane, when you get ready to get your stuff and get off, they will meet you at the airspace and be like, get your ass from over here. We saw what you did. We do not allow you to even come in our country. You got to go over there. We don't have that here. So they knew what they were doing when they put that video out. It was to do just what it did. It was to ostracize him so that nobody felt sorry for him and nobody would be there to help him when he did try to either, escape or, public support where they're, people won't rally together and be like, oh, y'all just trying to tear down another black man. All the guys who usually say that, they couldn't say none of that this time around. I just thought it was crazy that Peter Thomas had the audacity to talk about how terrible that video was, and you caught a case for choking out Tammy Waka Flocka's ex-wife. You choked out her cousin to the point to where your own staff had to get you off of that girl. And y'all haven't heard about it? Look it up. His staff had to get him off of her. So who are you to sit up here and talk about how bad that was when somebody might go back and find your security footage and see you doing this? So Angel, sad to say, but Diddy so evil, he will take one of his kids out for sympathy. Here's the thing. The sacrifice thing only works when the spirit realm is willing to accept it. His access is denied. He's being shut out of everything. That's why he's being deactivated. He has no more access to whatever those deities and demons were that he was working with, allegedly. He's shut out in the spirit realm and in this realm. He's done. Now, harsh reality for his son, because that same son who put out that diss track, he's being accused of trying to put stuff in people's drinks. What was it? The yacht company that they were renting the yacht. He was trying to make the girl on the yacht do a shot, and she was asking, was it spiked? And he kept telling her, take the shot. And she's stating that he tried to, she's stating he assaulted her, and what stopped the assault was another coworker entered the room, and he got off of her when they entered the room. So, according to that yacht company, you just as bad as your daddy. That's why I posted that picture on my community feed. Like, I don't trust little Diddy either. Let's see. Said, I fear for Albie Shore's son, Quincy. That's not his real son. I just hope he can get his sisters. Get the twins and do the best you can with them. Said, are the people higher up even going to be exposed? When the time comes, how do I say this? When the time comes, you'll start seeing people being chased out into the street, but it's going to take like anarchy. Like, people are going to have to be overthrown. You got to realize these people have had centuries and centuries of being in place and having these systems in place. It's going to be one of those. Remember, the revolution is not televised. The revolution is not televised. They're going to be overthrown. It's going to be bloodshed to get them out. So expect it to get hostile before it gets better. But when it gets better, it's gonna be because those people have literally, been. It's so much I can't say on YouTube because I like speaking to y'all freely. We'll just say that they'll have to face the court of they'll have to face the court of the public. Remember, when you were in civics class and they said that if the government was not, doing what they're supposed to do, that the people have the right to overthrow the government. That's what's going to start happening globally. You're going to start seeing, these people be overthrown, and it's not going to be nothing nice. Said they don't need gatekeepers anymore because they are planning on capitalizing the music industry. UMG is already gearing up to become its own TikTok. Well, the reason why they're doing that is because they can control the flow of information. And see, this is what the government was doing when they were trying to push that man out of TikTok. They saw how TikTok was allowing people to speak freely and they could teach each other like how we learn here. And that was making its way around the world globally. So they want to control the flow of information so that they can control what we learn so that you never get to find out who's up here. But see, that's not how God works. And that's the problem. These people think that they're above God. They're about to mess around and find out. Yep, says so. Ricky Rose really is moving bricks like he say. May not have started out that way, but allegedly it's been rumored for years that damn it, watch how I say this. It's been rumored for years that that's been what's been going on in music all this time anyway, and it became profitable through rock artists and those tour bus. So if you're in my age group, then you remember when the rock bands, like the heavy metal bands, the tour buses used to get pulled over by the police, and the buses used to get, you know, raided and on the side of the highways. This is why, because they would get tips that they were transporting in those tour buses. The tour buses upgraded allegedly to private flights. So some of these girls that y'all see talking about some, oh, my man be flying me out and my man be doing this and my man be doing that. Yo, dumbass might want to get off of some of these planes because he might be letting you travel somewhere on the plane that got Coca-Cola on it. Some of them know, some of them don't. Said, does he have witness protection? If you're talking about Diddler, not with Homeland Security. Homeland Security wiped out any protections from the feds. Oh, you're talking about Jonathan Odie. From what I'm understanding, Jonathan Odie is in protective custody, if that's who you're talking about. Yes, Cass Terrell, thank you. That's how they guaranteed that he would be able to speak in front of a grand jury. Some people have already given their witness testimony for a grand jury. Said DJ Khaled is another. Get it? That has been very quiet. Listen, they've been blazing him this past couple of days because he had on a T-shirt. He took a picture and it says "I like what Drake likes" on the shirt. Khaled started being quiet when that Drake back and forth was going on with Kendrick. If y'all pay attention, he went and sat down somewhere a while ago. And see, he's Palestinian, and people over in Palestine are very, very angry with him because he's not using his voice and his celebrity to speak up for them. So if something hit the fan, he can't go back over there because they'll take him out. Okay, so yep, Jonathan said that they had liquid booger sugar and that he was using the Ciroc company to transport. Now you see, Avid Chatter, I'm glad you said that. Now you see why the parent company over the liquor brand was like, oh, you gonna come at us like that? Now we can't say that they knew or that they didn't know, but let's just say somebody in the company looked the other way. Or let's say maybe that's what your actual job was for the company. You think those people was gonna let you play in their face and sitting up here talking about discrimination this and discrimination that, and you doing this kind of stuff under the table? Why couldn't you just get what you was getting, accept what you was getting, and shut your ass up and sit down? Because even if they may have possibly almost known a little bit, they were allowing you leadway to move around freely with a front, allegedly, for whatever you was doing that was allowing you to move as you pleased. Why would you mess that up by getting out here talking about, oh yeah, they being racist to me? Why would you care? That ain't even what your real hustle is anyway, allegedly. Says, Castero said, Jonathan interview was about 5 or 6 years ago when he got arrested and pulled a pow out in the bank or something. Yeah, because he was screaming about Trump. That's how it got all tied together. And you could tell whoever the officer was that was doing the interview, when they were talking to him, they were trying to reroute the conversation and stop him from saying what he was saying. So I feel like, if anything, the authorities need to go back to that officer and find out why they kept trying to make him change the subject. Because what did you know that you were trying to change the subject and keep him from saying what he was saying? Because he was higher than 4 kites in a satellite. So, sometimes when you use certain stuff, it just make your mouth keep going. You get to talking stuff like running like water. Hey, DS Raven. Say Desiree could get kicked out of the federal witness protection program if they knew all of her blackmail tactics. Absolutely, Cashmere. Now y'all see what I mean about they had to make that case with Tory go away, because to tell the truth about what happened to Tory opens Pandora's box, and you got all these other moving parts that they could not allow to come out, with somebody coming in shining a flashlight. Now y'all see how big this is? This was never about, hot sauce and company over there. She thinking she got pulled because she's sitting over there talking about some, I'm the black Regina George. No, you not even close. You just happen to be at the right place at the wrong time, and it was beneficial to somebody else to keep things quiet. Had she still been with Carl and that happened, guess what? Tory would have never been in there. Says it was the Pink Print 5 Blueprint 2 Part 2. Oh, you talking about my reading? Thank you. You giving me the name of my reading. Thank you. You are absolutely right, because I couldn't remember the name of the other one. So let's say the child of thank you. Let's say the child of Roth have said any which away away with them, right? Thank you, Avid Chatter, for whoever catches that. Cashmere, yes, that is the company. Okay, that is the company. I ain't gonna say it right now on this live. It starts with an E and ends with an E, but yes, that is the company, and a whole lot of people have went to the upper room, signed to that company. Said the diddler will never let himself be in prison. He will take himself off the board first, or at least they will make it seem that way. His dumb behind already admitted to having a substance problem. Honey, he ain't have to admit that he had a substance problem. He looked like Smokey in the damn chicken coop on that video. He just... Like, what type of apology is that? You can't even sit still. He looked like he was tweaking bad. Y'all go back and watch Friday. You're going to see how he looked like Smokey in that chicken coop. If you ever seen a tweaker, you know what they look like. If you haven't, go back and watch his apology. You see how fidgety he is. He needed whatever he needed. Hey, Mr. Cole. Hey, Taryn. Listen, don't worry about being late. When you pull up, you pull up. Say, Krishna is an example of a sheltered child, but I foreseen that he would be the one to break his father's heart. I don't think that Christian didn't do this on purpose. Like you said, he's sheltered, he's spoiled, he lacks common sense, he has no street sense, and because he's not built for that life, all they got to do is get him in there for about 4 or 5 hours straight, and he's gonna be crying, nose running, asking for Kleenex and a cup of coffee. By the time he get a Snickers, it's over. That boy, he ain't built for standing in the corner with a 5-year-old, let alone going to prison. And then got the nerve to get out here and talking about somebody say no Diddy, I'ma slap him. I hope he see this title, because it say no Diddy with a whole bunch of exclamation marks. What, you gonna slap the whole internet? What can you say? You really can't say nothing, because you facing accusations of your own that sound just like your daddy. So what? No Christian, no Diddy? What's the new movement? Team No Combs? Yes, baby. God forgives, the cartel don't. You better say that. Said not even a week after. Yep, not even a week later, she was gone. You're right, Megan. Said her signature. Yeah. And that's what you're saying is the truth. They use her signature style of getting rid of people, which was having people ride by on motorcycles and spray them down. That was her signature throughout Miami. And for those of y'all who know the story of Griselda Blanco, she used to ride around with a gold-plated chopper. And they said that's how she would ride around collecting her money. So imagine you get a custom-made gold-plated chopper just to pull up on people and be like, where my money at? And you got this bedazzled, bezeled out chopper. Like, where my money? That's how she rode around Miami. So they took her out the same way she was taking out half of Miami. Said, I believe that Christian knows his father had a hand in his mother's demise. I think Christian got his father the only way he could. I don't think he did it because he was trying to expose his father, because, allegedly he's been accused of the exact same stuff. He is his father's child. We'll just say that. He's spoiled. He doesn't know how to do an honest day's work. He probably couldn't even iron a shirt without burning a hole in it. Yeah, so she's definitely done now. Yeah, said Desiree also helped to set up El Chapo. Listen, glad that you said that, because Katrina, El Chapo's department in the feds. Let me reword that. The department that helped to take down El Chapo and the feds was the New York field office. That same office was a part of the mission that helped triangulate the raids on all 3 of his homes. The exact same field office that took down El Chapo was a part of taking down Diddy. So if that helps y'all to take this into perspective, how big this is. And we're talking about a man who had a tunnel built that was so big when he was in prison in Mexico that they were able to drive him out of the prison on a golf cart out of a tunnel. Now, I don't know how many of y'all know this. because the Shanquella Robinson update that's going to be up this week coming up. There is a civil war going on down there in Cabo San Lucas right now, which is where Shanquella passed away, because they arrested El Chapo's son. And there's a certain cartel. If you've been keeping up with this, you know exactly what cartel I'm talking about. They waged war on the government, and they told the prison, they called the warden and told him, either you release him or we're going to take out every employee that works in this prison, starting with their families. We're going to take their families out and take them out until you release them. Every guard that worked in that prison quit, and they had to get the Mexican Navy in to come in and secure the prison because the whole entire prison staff quit. So it's going down, y'all. So just imagine the same people that are organizing El Chapo being out of here, and they just got his son. These are the same people that are on Diddy. So this is why I'm letting y'all know this is not just Diddy. This is not just a couple people. This is going to go international. Says, you know what? Sounds like you could be onto something. Yeah, I said cartel, don't forget. Absolutely. Said Diddy wouldn't even let Christian release that song. Diddy is not dumb. And let's not forget Christian has done some stuff. Let's not forget that Christian has gone to some of the best schools that money can offer. Well, here's the thing. Though none of that mattered now. It's all went out the window because he's been accused of allegedly tampering with people's beverages and assaulting them. Said Dame also said that he wouldn't trust Desiree. He sure did. What you say, Boosie? DS Raven. Yep. Okay. See, y'all naming what I'm talking about. These people keep going in, coming out, going in. Been in there 75 times. They go in there every few months and come right back out, and it's like Fed cases, and they did not 2 minutes worth of time. How? Said he got caught with a grenade too. He was supposed to go down under Timothy McVeigh Act, and they gave him a federal skid bid. Come on now. See what I'm talking about? If you just look a little bit, it'll make a little bit more sense. That's why they brought Homeland Security in, because once Homeland Security get involved, whoever keep letting stuff slide with this Fed stuff, ain't nothing they could do about it, because it's Homeland Security is next step is Interpol. Homeland Security has to report, to the president and the Department of Defense. This is a whole new situation once it gets that high up the food chain. Said, I really don't like Asian Doll energy. It must be something. If you go back to some of her old lives, I want to say back to around the time when she got in that car accident, you going to see what it is. That's all I'm going to tell you. She had a red wig, like big body waves. She had just got hurt in the car accident. Vaughn was still alive. Said TMZ just posted that he's in Miami, but they may be lying. I don't know where he at, but he looked like he in a damn treehouse. That's all I could tell you. He looked like he at Gilligan's Island. I was more so looking at his background, like, where the hell is he at doing this video? Said, yeah, he came home without being in federal parole. Then he got caught with some pills. Yes. that weren't even prescribed to him. He should have gotten a whole nother Fed case for that. Well, here's the thing. Those pills wasn't prescribed to him because it was a Ziploc bag, and we're talking about like one of them 5-pound Ziploc bags full of street pharmaceutical pills, allegedly. So just like they said, there was a tape on the Tory Henny incident, then all of a sudden there wasn't a tape. Y'all, they didn't expect us to be that smart. We wasn't supposed to be paying attention. Said it really should be an oxymoron how a lawyer is the head of TMZ, and in the celebrity business, that's a public informant company as far as I'm concerned. Megan, you better say that. And this is also the first time ever in the history of the United States that you have a president and a vice president that were active prosecutors. And we're talking about big time prosecutors, not no, regular local government prosecutors. Would you say, Megan, more like a CIA operative? I love coming on here talking to y'all. We got a smart bunch over here. Said Diddy got more dirt that's about to be exposed. He's got to go on an apology tour. Hell, he might as well stop that tour short, because the way he apologized, it looked like they was holding his medication on the other side of the camera. He needed to apologize so he can get what he needed, because that apology was, I don't even know how to describe it. It was very awkward. Said, I know 50 is cackling like a witch that got a new cauldron. Listen, he better watch them people too, because they going to be mad at him for being too successful when they get a chance. Hey, Miss LaDon, how are you, baby? Said Peter need to go stew some chicken that has several seats. He should. He really should. Said Quincy taking care of the sisters, especially the twin girls. I'm happy, because he needs to. Who is this? I saw that people said don't trust the kids. It runs in the family and the bloodline. What one Christian? He is his daddy's child. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Says Angel, you need a Patreon or something. We need the dirt, the tea. You know what? I do need to get a Patreon. I do have what's the name of it? I can't think of the name of it at the moment. Because I know I could start putting videos up over there and I could speak freely. Rumble. I do have a Rumble. I just haven't uploaded anything to it yet. But I can't wait till I can start talking to y'all freely. So I need to get on that Patreon ASAP, because there's so much I can't say on here. Part is language, other part is, the hoops and hurdles of YouTube, because, this is their platform. Period. This is their platform. If I could figure out how to stream and go live from my own website, I would do it that way. That way I could say what the hell I want to say. Hey, Tokes that are station head, you can speak freely on there too. I do have a station head. I'm going to start going live from my phone, so I can go live from station head. Not my phone, go live from my laptop rather, so I can go live from station head on my phone. And then when it's time to get off into the realty, I can click off here, and we keep going over there. Oh, thank you. Said I paid for a subscription. Yeah, folks, folks moving Coca-Cola and firecrackers, allegedly. I'm gonna look into that this week, y'all, so I can go ahead and get it going. Oh, thank you. Said I vote that Angel should make a Patreon channel as well. Well, I'm gonna get on it, y'all. I am. Hey, the journey. So people are saying that they feel sorry for the kids, but he trained those kids well. They are very much under his spell. Unfortunately, I thought this was the strangest thing ever, guys. Like after the accusations came out, he started a white nail polish line for Jesse and Delilah. And I'm like, why would you take the FO nail polish and then market it through your daughters? Like, what type of shit is that? But then when you look at their grandma, it makes sense. He doesn't know how to be around a respectable woman or how to raise a respectable woman because he wasn't raised by one. I mean, and he did that live with his mama. He was talking about yeah, she's still fine, and he was showing her body, and she had the white nails, and they kissed, and the way they was hooked up on that video, it just gave me pimps up, hoes down. And it's like, I'm not supposed to be getting this vibe from somebody sitting with their damn mama. This real weird. But if you look at the aesthetic of his mother with the blonde hair and the white nails, and then you look at all the women that he, is around, look at how many women are attached to him that have the blonde hair and the white nails. We've seen it with Mary. We've seen it with Little Kim. We've seen it with his mama. We've seen it with Faith. I mean, just keep on and keep on going, y'all. I want y'all to think about this. I feel like he tries to recreate his own mother's aesthetic with all the women around him. So just wait until those FBI profilers get a hold of him and they start doing those psychoanalysis, breaking down his personality and his defects. Whoo, that's going to be an interesting read. See, they going to try to go back. They going to not even try to. They're going to go back through his childhood experiences. They're going to tell you, pretty much like the mind of. They're going to break him down from the lowest common possible denominator and build a huge psychological profile. Some of this stuff that I'm saying to y'all about the way that he views his mother, the way he views women in his childhood, if y'all been following my lives and when we tapped into his mother's sludge like energy, because that's some nasty work, y'all. Y'all, they sent a raggedy car past my house so y'all can't hear me. But yeah, like, his mama got she got some foul energy. But that's the first woman that he patterned all women after. Like, if you go back and you look at the R. Kelly interview where he talks about his mother taking him to McDonald's and she used to wear this cheap red lipstick and she would let him have a sip out of her coffee and he would always try to turn the coffee cup so that he could sip on the part where her red lips were. And then when he got grown, they talked about how his favorite place was McDonald's and that's where he would go to meet young girls. If you catch my drift. They gonna go deep into his psyche to explain what type of depravity he comes from. He's not gonna have a chance to say, well, I went through some things growing up. No, they gonna tell you what he went through and how it screwed him up. And then that's gonna be how they tell you, well, we need to get him off the street because he's a monster because of this, and this. Do you think he can be reformed? Oh no, this is deeply embedded. Let's see, I might have to skip ahead because I know I'm way behind in these comments. Oh, I'm not as far behind as I thought. Look at God. We got real people in here today. I'm used to being so many bots that I don't get to read all y'all comments. Hey, Amethyst. Said they are all in on it. That's why they make those trips. Yes, not just that. Miss LaDon, I want you to pay attention to how the White House has been inviting so many of these entertainers there this year. I think that was their way of possibly getting people in there to question them without people knowing on the record that they are being questioned. You know, just a thought. You know, book them for, coming out to entertain and to shake hands and take pictures, but meet me in the office so we could talk off the record type. Said I found this online doc book called Bloodlines of, we're going to say the Illuminunu, speaking on the 13 families. Yes. See, when you tap into that book, you'll know exactly who I'm talking about. When I say the fatherhood, that's who put him out. He's being put out by the fatherhood. That's why, anything that has to do with law enforcement that used to cover him, it does not work because it's going up over the people who are over the fraternal orders that we know as police and the federal government, because those are fraternal orders. So wait until you find out Hitler is a child of Roth. Not only that, when he caught himself doing ethnic cleansing, which he should have been cleansed by his own standards because anybody with dark eyes and dark hair was considered to be melanated. What they didn't tell us about that Holocaust is they didn't just take out the Jewish population that we know of. They took out millions and millions of Hebrews. And then they took out the Jewish people that we knew about. But the Hebrews, they skinned them, and they used their skin to make lampshades and furniture and all the curtains and all types of weird stuff. Okay, so please go live from Station Head. I'm gonna let y'all know on here before I go live on Station Head so that you all get the alert. Said LeBron unfollowed Diddy. Mind you, Diddy's daughter went to prom with his son, I believe. Well, baby, he did what he was supposed to do because that's a PR nightmare to still be associated. You got people that was at those situations was doing the exact same thing as he was, and they gonna unfollow him because they don't want to be uncovered too. And that name that you mentioning, the Childs, let's not forget Jay Electronica has a baby by one of them. Said I'm pissed Diddy ruined white nail polish. Now I have to get some other color. Listen, Cashmere, when I went and got my nails done, I looked down at my feet. I said, damn, he done messed me up for the summer. I love white toes. Jeez, I can't even get my white toenail polish. I hate it here. Uh-oh. Let's see. Hey, Bria says, I think the only one that didn't have blonde hair was Kim, and now that I'm thinking about it, yeah, talking about Kim Porter. Yes. Kim Porter. Absolutely. Yep, says one of the biggest families that run the world. Yeah, one of the 13 for sure. One of the other families, I'm not going to say the name of that family, but if you look up the Bush family, their great-great-grandfather also was one of those families, and he was the one who started the Federal Reserve that also insured the Titanic that went down. Wink, wink, could have possibly been an insurance job. So when you get to looking at those families and you start finding out who is who and who's attached to who, a lot more start making sense. Hey, Justice. Says Marsha McDowell, it wouldn't be a surprise to me. Well, see, a lot of those people are related. And see, when you get into certain bloodlines, to keep not just to keep the bloodline a certain way, to keep certain information and certain wealth in the bloodline, they intermarry, and then they only have children within those bloodlines to help them keep power. Uh, Justice for us. We've been here talking about no Diddy. We've talked about the camel's flight logs and how his plane has allegedly been landing in some very interesting places that are attached to cartel country. Hey Yolanda, how are you? Said I never knew you was in and out. So glad I caught you. Yeah, I had no plans on coming on here today. I was just going to do some content to upload. So, you guys have stuff to watch Monday and Tuesday, possibly like Wednesday, so that I can free up a little time to go run an errand or two. Because thanks to y'all, my personal readings are picking up. So it it warms my heart when I get to do the personal readings and I get to see y'all in the video chat. And it's like, oh, hey, how you doing? But yeah, my personals are definitely picking up. So I want to thank every last one of you that have been taking your time to book personals with me. Because if you like the content on here, you're going to love a personal with me because it goes in depth. I could say all the stuff I can't say in a personal that, I can't really say on here. And I go in. So why do some men have weird relationships or attractions for their mom? So weird. Um, Unfortunately, a lot of people are mishandled as children, and when you're mishandled as a child, the younger you are abused, the more confused your outlook is on um, intimacy and attraction. And a lot of times wires get crossed because you can't tell the difference between one or the other because it's all jumbled up because it happens before you can understand the true difference. As far as R. Kelly, there was a guy in the neighborhood who was doing stuff to him. The neighbors found out about it. They did vigilante justice. His mom was supposed to go to court so that she could testify against this man. And it's alleged that the man offered her a nice amount of money to not come to court, and she took that money and did not show up. So he didn't get prosecuted. So his mom sold him out. And then he was mishandled several more times over, and that messed up his whole entire psyche when it comes to women and attachments and all of that type of stuff. And then next thing you know, the prey became the predator. Like his music teacher even said that he would write inappropriate sexually charged music in school, and she would have to reprimand him for that. And when he graduated, he would be up at the school at the playground like 21, 22 years old, and she would have to run him away from the school. Now, if you go back and you pay attention to those interviews DMX had, he told us about several of these people and what they were into. He told us that R. Kelly liked to meet young girls at McDonald's. He was the first to tell us that he hated Drake. So, Drake thought that reference to Kendrick Lamar's song came from the 10 Things I Hate About You, which was a movie, and all the fans had to let him know, no, this was a reference to DMX when he went on the Breakfast Club, and he said, I hate everything about him. I hate the way he walked. I hate the way he talked. That's where Kendrick got that from. That came from DMX. DMX was the first person to tell us he not like us. So for people who don't follow hip hop like that, or you don't know, that interview is still up with DMX in the Breakfast Club where he's talking about Drake. I would suggest y'all watch it, and then y'all can understand the inspiration for what Kendrick Lamar was saying when he said he was like I'm the original hater. I hate this. I hate that. That all came from DMX. Said Jeffrey Dahmer comes to mind when you spoke about psychoanalyzing Diddy. I'm glad that you mentioned that because Jeffrey Dahmer definitely was a piece of strange fruit. And weirdly enough, Jeffrey Dahmer's mom up and moved and left him in the house. Like, married somebody and left him behind. Nobody knew that he was in high school living in the house alone by himself. I want to say until I think it's like his dad happened to pop up to the house and found him in the house by himself. He had been there for like 6 months. And then he got to his dad's house, and the dad, you know, pretty much pushed him off into the military because he found him hard to deal with. He went into the military, and it was rumored that he was, we'll say, intimately assaulting men in the military. And he got discharged from the military, and nobody in the family would let him come and stay with them. And he ended up living with his grandmother. And they said that was the first house that he was dismembering people. Now, what I found was even weirder about that was when he was growing up, they said he used to, unalive animals, and his father taught him how to skin the hides of these animals and clean the bones. Why he would teach him that outside of finding out why he unaliving animals, I don't know. But those same things that his father taught him to do with animals was how he was dismembering humans. And he was doing this in his grandmother's basement, and they said that the grandmother's house started to have a stench that they couldn't get rid of. Grandma eventually made him move, and he got in an apartment. And if I'm not mistaken, that apartment was the apartment where he started to take these men to from the clubs when he was putting stuff in their drinks and bringing them home. That's the same apartment where he had people's heads in the freezer and all type of weird stuff. So, yeah. Very, very sick, weird, twisted person. But interesting enough, y'all, when he goes to prison, the man who took him out said that he was Jesus. He was the son of God. And Dahmer said that he was the son of Satan. So literally, the man they considered to be mentally ill that took him out in prison said that he was the son of God. So look at that. Look at how that karmically came full circle. And the guards just happened to disappear when it was happening, and they didn't show back up until he was completely exterminated. Let's see. Said YK, one of the Wallen brothers, said that recently that he was avoiding getting married because he doesn't want to make his mom jealous or hurt her or something. Why would your mom and your woman even be in the same? That's more than strange. First of all, what the hell is wrong with your damn mama that she would be competing with the woman that you're trying to have a family with and have children with? That is no comparison there. It's a lot of sick people out here. Said they were putting us in those. Yes, they were putting us in those chambers too. Yes, they were. They put us in there first. That's what they don't tell about, the history of that. It was the Hebrews that they put in there first, and then they went back and gathered the Jewish people, who are the people who became Orthodox. Like they picked up the religion. If you know the history, like the Akhenates had went off and started to study from the Hebrews, and then they were, becoming Orthodox by joining the religion, and the next thing you know, they were considered Jewish. But it's a huge difference between Jewish and Hebrews. They took out over 6 million Hebrews first, and then they went through the land and got the Jewish people. And then they also went and they gathered up all of the LGBTQ community that was over there and got them as well. So it's interesting how they teach the history about that. They leave out the other people who went too. Said, yep, you're right, Angel, about the Titanic. Big bank take little bank, and they wanted the Federal Reserve. Yeah. See, all of this stuff is only like 3 degrees of separation. The more you start reading and figuring out who was who, because like I said, I'm not going to say what's the name on that bank that was behind it, because there's still a very large bank right here today. But those are the same people that were the family of the Bush family, and that family is in the 13. So when you study the 13 families, you will know exactly what I mean. Said, well, I'm glad you went live because I missed you on live. Oh, thank you, Justice, for us. Hell, I woke up late the last live I did because I was tired. I didn't realize how sleepy was. I woke up just in time to do my personal readings. Hey, Erica Ree. So what's your name on Station Head? My name on Station Head is Miss Angel the Oracle. Oh, it's raining out here. So I hope you have a good rest of your day. Thank you. Same to you, sweetie. Look up Albert Pike. He wrote many books on the top 13. Yes. I love it over here. I got a group that reads. Thank you, Ivory. Say yes, the personal is so worth it, everyone. I thank you. I greatly appreciate that. Yeah, say Robert's sister did him bad. Yeah, Robert was done in allegedly, guys. Allegedly by his grandfather, by his sister, by someone who is very prominent in gospel music in the church. And then that person who his mother took the money and looked the other way didn't go to court. He went through a lot of abuse, and that's why he's so scrambled up here. Said thanks for the info. Yeah, thanks for this info because I'm curious. Marion within the bloodlines, deities come to mind too. Yes, that's why I mention this kind of stuff to y'all. Thank you, Amethyst, for that. That's exactly why I mentioned that when I was telling y'all in the last live how you have to be careful, dealing with these deities because a lot of them are aligned to certain bloodlines, and this is why bloodlines and spiritual ranking matters. These people also marry and intermarry within the bloodline so that they can keep these alliances. And when you look at the presidency and things like that, all of those people somehow, some way are related to each other. Nobody gets in by chance. Said, please explain again how I can book a personal reading. Thanks in advance. Yolanda, just email me at angelkissestheoracle@gmail.com. When I end this video, I'm going to put my booking information in the description, but it's the same as the name of the channel, angelkissestheoracle@gmail.com. I'm really swift with returning emails, and I'll let you know what my availability is, and we'll book you from there. 30-minute reading is $40. An hour reading is $80. If you have an iPhone, you can do a FaceTime call with me where you can see me just like you see me right here on YouTube. If not, I can send you a link from Google Meet, and we can do a Google Meet reading to where you can still do a video chat. I prefer to do the video chat because it makes it a lot easier for me and you to lock in, and I can, I can get more energy for you, but if you don't want to do a video reading, I'm still very effective either way it goes. I know for some people, it's easier for you to grasp the concept if I take the cards and I show you the cards as I work. But I'm a medium, so I don't need the cards. But if I use the cards are only going to reconfirm what I'm already telling you because the way I work through angels only. And I always tell my angels that I want confirmation and reconfirmation. Anything that I can say to you once is going to come out at least 2 to 3 times over. Because that's the thing about the Most High. When you ask God a question, I don't care if you ask him 10 different ways, you're going to still get that answer because God cannot tell a lie. So I always do confirmation and reconfirmation. And I always ask that when you contact me, don't give me a lot of information. Pray before you contact me, tap in with your angels. And the only thing that I usually ask is there anything in particular you want me to tap into, or do you want me to just do, a general tap in and just pull from the ethers? But I don't ask a lot of questions. I work better in the dark. So don't give me a lot of information. I don't need it. Said Terry Ellis, get ready because the rabbit hole is deep. Oh, yeah. Said DMX also spoke on Tory as being next up to wear the crown, and he told him to guard his head. He had a private convo with him about Mr. Camel, and a few days later after that, X was gone. Damn, Justice, I didn't even know that. I can believe it, though, because the times that I came in contact with X, um, very, very deep man. And he had to be because this is the only man I've ever seen. I don't care if the people are atheists, whatever they are. He is the only man that I've ever seen that does performances and he makes the whole crowd bow their head and pray. And no matter what the songs are he's performing, he covers the whole entire crowd with the blood of Christ, prays over them, and then goes into his performance. And like I always said, he was like the hood minister because he could take the most raunchiest story that should never be told in church and turn it into a message and tie it into every type of scripture and show you in the Bible where what he's saying lines up. And to me, he was so powerful because there are people that don't go to church. They don't know the Bible. They don't know, Hindu, or they don't know Buddhism, or they don't know Islam. And he was able to talk to them and help them to tap in and see what a lot of people don't know about Tori is Tori was going around the industry praying with people and teaching people about God and helping people to spiritually ascend. And that's something that they don't like. They like you lost. They like you turned out. They like you spinning in the wind because as long as you're confused and you don't know what's going on, it's easier to keep you, doing what they want you to do. That's why I don't care what type of industry party you go to. It's piles of Coca-Cola everywhere, anything you want to drink, any type of deviant activity you want to tap into, they have it there because they like to keep you trapped. And the further you get in, the harder it is to get out. That's why we saw Diddy apologizing, looking like he was about to start doing all like this. He didn't just get like that out of nowhere. They provided him with every dark proclivity it was so that he would be easier to control. Like, I mean, it's the same story. Rinse, wash, repeat over and over again with, I want to say, 80% of these people, if not higher. Yeah, said DMX didn't like Camel either. He sure didn't, and he called him out publicly. And Camel was trying to shelf him and stop him from working too once he got that position at Def Jam. That's why DMX ended up leaving from over there. Said it's sad all of these bad people came to be. If they didn't go through what they went through, then they probably be good people today. Well, Here's the thing about the industry, and I can tell you this from experience. They love broken people. The more messed up your childhood was and your background is, the more willing they're able to take you under their umbrella, because broken people will do things that other people won't because they don't know their worth. Hey, baby True, how are you? Said I had the pleasure to meet DMX on a business trip in the lobby, and he was quite intellectual actually. One day, let's lock into him and his death. I thought he was on his way to recovery or reading. Amethyst, I think that's a good idea. If he would allow me to, I would like to do a mediumship where he could tell people about how he feels right now today and whatever his warnings are. And whoever he wants to talk about and however he wants to kick it, I'm going to let him do it. Now, that's probably one I'm going to have to do on Station Head because DMX ain't going to hold me up. And it's going to be some things that I know I'm not going to be able to say on here. So that could possibly be our first Station Head because I need room if I'm going to tap into D and let him speak through me because he he gonna say what he say, and I want to let him. But you're right, he was an intellectual. He was a very intelligent man. Just unfortunately, he battled addictions, and he before he came public with telling the story of how this happened. I want to say back in like 1999 to 2000, because this is back when Rough Riders were doing their thing. I was working um, with the production team, and I used to write back then. So there was an artist in particular who had a song that we sent out to New York, and the guy who got the song was managing MC Jen and BG at the time. That was with the Hot Boys. He was managing them, and they heard the song. They wanted to know if they could be on it. So we went out to New York, and we got to, sit down with them, sit down with the Rough Riders. Funny thing was, we were at this restaurant called Buccaneers out in Queens. Anybody from New York, the New York area, you know exactly where this is, over on Ditmeyer. And I remember sitting there in that restaurant, and it was a huge fight that broke out. My greedy ass picked my plate up and moved to another table because I'm like, oh shit, I might as well go ahead and eat and let them do what they do, because ain't no sense in running to the parking lot. If they fighting like that, whoever run to the parking lot might go and pop the trunk. So I'm safer in here than I am going outside. But he had told me and a couple people at the table the story about how he ended up having an addiction. And it was such a sad story. It was a big homie that he looked up to, who he saw as a father figure, because his mother put him out the house when he was a young man, like I want to say 12, 13 years old. She literally threw her son to the street, and he was homeless, and he was snatching purses or whatnot so that he could eat and survive. And this guy was somebody he looked to like a father figure because he didn't have a father figure. And this very person that he trusted laced his weed, and from that point on out he ended up strung out. So that's how he ended up addicted. It wasn't like he was just out here just doing stuff. This was somebody that, according to him, this was somebody he trusted, who he looked up to, who was supposed to be like an uncle or a father to him. And they put a substance in his weed, and it messed him up. And he went the whole rest of his life trying to balance it out and get off of it. But from how I was told, like they say, that first rush, it's like, that term they say, chasing the dragon. You always chase that first feeling over and over again, and it never feels like it did the first time. But the way that he explained the way this substance feels, or felt when he was still here, it it was such a euphoria that, it just, unfortunately, it pulled him under, because it was nothing else that he could touch or anything that he could do that felt like that. And then you put that into the childhood trauma, not having anybody, not having a mother you can go to, anybody you could depend on, and just, self medicating out of the pain. So it was a very heart wrenching story, but through all of that, it made me respect him even more, because he didn't grow up with somebody teaching him about God. It was like God came to him and tapped in with him personally. And when God tapped in with him personally, despite all of his downfalls, he was a soldier for the Most High. So to go through all the stuff that he went through and still try to deliver other people from what he was going through, you gotta just you gotta give him his props. And towards the end, as far as I knew, when I ran across him again, he appeared to be very clean to me. So what you just said about, him talking to Tori, that lets you know how bad they wanted Tori, if that is remotely related. But yeah, he was a great guy. Let me catch up to what y'all saying. Okay, I know that's got to be a damn bot time I tell you about Freddy Cougar. Said DMX prayers make me cry every time I listen to them on YouTube and his CDs. Yeah. See, they were trying to figure out what to do with DMX when he did that song, Lord Give Me a Sign. That whole song was a prayer from beginning to end. And he was teaching the people who didn't know how to pray prayer. As long as they recited what he was saying, they were asking God for redemption. And that's what made DMX so dangerous, because he was the street minister. He literally was the bishop of the block. And he was very much needed because he guided a lot of lost souls to God. Said, how do you know or learn about this stuff, Angel? It's so interesting, and there's so much I learn here. Do you get this info from your guides, or maybe is it passed down in your family? Some of it is my guides. The other parts, I was an avid reader growing up, which is funny because I used to get kicked out of class a lot for being a class clown. But I was always a reader, and believe it or not, a lot of the street guys that I knew that, let's say they were pharmaceutical salesmen, they were into reading things like Sun Tzu, The Art of War. Um, I want to say like the 48 Laws of Power. Behold the pale white horse. Like, we would read books like that, and they would read them and they would pass them down to me, and then they would, they would quiz me and ask me about what I picked up and what I was learning from the books that we were reading. So, I would learn that kind of stuff from them. But the other stuff, the esoteric spiritual stuff, those are downloads from my guides. I've been a medium ever since I can remember. Um, Back to when I was like possibly like 2 years old, I could tell people about the demons that were attached to them. I could tell people, who was working with demons. And I didn't know at 2 that it was considered spell work. I just could see the demon standing there with them. It's like, name the demon and be like, oh yeah, that's such and such. He's standing right here with you. And it would freak people out because they like, how the hell would she know that? And people don't want you around when you can tell people, what they dibble and dabble in. So I literally was born with my gift. And believe it or not, a lot of those people was dibbling and dabbling. I've seen them in church. Okay, Ashley Cooper, let's get you out of here. Talk about tell you about Freddy Cougar. He was probably your damn daddy. There we go. Get you out of here. Said, oh, I know that bank's name. Yeah, That's why I said I'm not going to name that bank. It's a very large, powerful bank. If you think about it, all of you in this chat know that bank. Um, Said that bank name also had dealings with Nikola Tesla. Yes. And see, right now, a lot of our technology that they're using right now, the wind turbines and all of that kind of stuff, they had that information years ago because Nikola Tesla told them how we could all have electricity without these power grids that they have right now. He's the one that came up with the 369 method, which is also a method for not meditation, it's a method for manifestation. So if you follow the 369 method, it's going to help you to attract and manifest. So pretty much it's like write something down 3 to 6 to 9 times and say it at least 3 to 6 to 9 times a day. And it helps to bring and attract those things to you. Nikola Tesla was teaching people esoteric things, and he was teaching people about how to have infinite energy sources, like different types of power cells that could have been made from solar power and the wind turbines. He was teaching people that way, way back when. And they didn't want to use it because these companies that have the oil companies, the power companies, it would have put them out of business. So they didn't allow his teachings to be used for that very reason. Said Nikki told Rosenberg from Hot 97, so I never found you funny. I never found you entertaining. I never found you smart. I just found you annoying. Well, damn, Nikki. Tell them how you really feel. But that's that Sagittarius for you, so I'm not shocked. Facts on that bank too, Angel. Yeah. If you know, then you know. Right. Yeah, Cass Tarot, you better say it. Cass and Miss LaDon. They just gave the names right there. One said half of the name, the other one said the other half. So yes, you both are correct. If you put those two initials to that last name, you got it. I get spammed enough. They just started letting the bots, kind of kind of like slow down a bit so I can talk to y'all. Cause baby, the bots was tearing my ass up, but I'm stubborn. They wasn't gonna stop me from coming over here talking to y'all. What they thought was they would distract me and it would throw me off and I wouldn't be able to tap in. I don't need these cards. My gift comes through my crown. You can't block what comes from God. Hey, Jamaican Rose, how are you, baby? Hey, Pearl, welcome to the family. Hey, Angel the Babe, how are you? So how do I take my payments? I'm in the UK. Yolanda, baby, do me a favor and email me. We're going to figure something out. Because I know y'all don't have PayPal excuse me, not PayPal. Y'all don't have Cash App in the UK. But you email me, we'll figure it out. So Angel Speedy would respond to her emails every time I email her something, quick response. Thank you, Mystical. Listen, I'll be on the emails. The only thing that stopped me from emailing you right back then in the moment is if I'm asleep or if I'm in the middle of doing a personal reading. But as soon as I get a chance, I'm right there. I'm on it. Said just got here. What did we miss? Hello, everyone. We covered a few topics. We talked about, the Diddler's fake apology. We talked about the camel being watched and them the I almost said the powers that be, but that is who it is. Keeping up with his flight logs and watching him. We tapped in, talking about how wonderful DMX was and how he was the first one to warn us about Drake, and how Kendrick Lamar, when he did that song talking about I hate the way you walk, I hate the way you talk, that was a reference from DMX interview with the Breakfast Club. And Drake so damn slow, he put up a reference from the movie 10 Things I Hate About You, not even knowing that that was DMX's interview. So once again, sir, how are you a rapper in the culture but not a part of the culture? Everybody else in the culture knew that that was DMX that he was referencing, because DMX did a whole interview where he talked about how he hates you, he hate everything about you. Like, I remembered that interview because I remember buckling over laughing because he was serious. It wasn't a joke. So yes, a true divine spirit. You're a real one, Angel. Thank you, sweetie. Yeah, so y'all better be specific too. Said tap into whatever your voice is calm enough. Aww. Angel, why we keep thinking alike, especially your ex? Listen, great minds think alike. I love it that I have a group of thinkers over here. Because that's what it takes to raise the vibration. Not enough people are willing to listen. You know, some people, they talk to communicate, but they don't know how to listen. So I like that even if we all come from different backgrounds, we have different vantage points, we can all learn from one another. And that to me is where you really get to learn, because life is not just about how you see things. There's a whole nother side of things when you get off into somebody else's vantage point. So I thank all of you for being here. Aaron Hernandez, why thank you. Said I hate white nails. Listen, I love white toenails. I refuse to get them. I went to the nail shop when I got my nails done. I was like, damn, I can't even get the white polish because this is the FO polish, and I don't know if I want to get white toes again ever, because I don't want to confuse nobody. You ain't getting nothing over here but hit upside the head. You play with me. Said DMX is a Sag. Well, that explains why he don't care, because a Sag gonna say what they want to say, baby. So glad you're on. I was so bored, nothing interested to watch while cooking. Oh, thank you. Said I said something earlier about his praying. Yeah, he was very powerful. Like, he, if I'm gonna start sharing some of those old pictures I have, because I got some pictures from if you're from the local area where I'm from, because I'm in Michigan, I'm in Detroit. He did a hip hop versus everybody show here, and the prayer that he did, when I tell you it was a hush across the crowd, like you could feel the spiritual energy. I was standing backstage, and the way their backstage is, it's like several floors up, and I was in like the part behind where the curtains are called. So I want to say I was on the fourth floor, but where the curtains are called. And I got pictures from, back there down to the stage behind him while he was doing the prayers. So that, I want to say that was, ooh, what year was that? Because I was in my 30s then. I'm in my 40s now. I want to say that was 2015, between 2015 2016. So it's going to take me a while to go through those pictures, but I'll start putting up some of those pictures. So whenever I find them. I know my hair was bleach blonde, because I was bleach blonde for 12 years. My hair was white. I was like Storm for 12 years. I said something earlier about his praying. Said he was truly special. That's why he's no longer here. Unfortunately, anytime you can come into a beast system like that and pray for people and save people, save people's souls in the midst of the devil's den, you become a enemy of the state to them. And what you said about Tory earlier, that makes sense to me, because if DMX pulled Tory to the side to talk to him and told him he was next up and to wear the crown and to watch his head, he didn't just say that because of his talent. He said it because of his anointing. He knew his anointing. And there was a lot of people behind the scenes that Tory was praying with, and he was helping them to find themselves. And see, that was the real reason why, they were angered by him. Yes, there was a particular person that hates to hear no, that did not want him to tell him no, but they allowed him to move on him the way that he did because he was a prayer warrior, and he still is. All this did was build his faith. They probably did, the worst thing they could do by putting him in prison, because you put him in a position to where he couldn't do anything but tap into God and get locked in. So now when he comes out, he's ascended so high that the vibration around him, those angels are going to come and clear the path to get any and everybody out of his way that's stopping him from his calling. So all those people that helped to put him in there that was against him, y'all gonna start seeing these people facing charges. Some of these people, they might wake up, as my grandma used to say, Southern people got some crazy sayings, but she said you might wake up and find yourself dead. So yeah, some of those people might experience some things like that, because God is getting tired of the wicked and he's making space. He's making room. And part of that making room is embarrassing these people and knocking them off their public pedestal. Yeah, they like people being sheep. Absolutely. Just follow right on off the cliff. Let's see. Said love looks super dried out on that video. Dehydrated. Look, it took me a second to catch on to that. Because he got rid of that name. Yes, Brother Love. He sure did. I'm telling you. It looked like they had a packet of something like this over here off the side of the camera. He like, I said I was sorry. Let me have some. His nerves was bad as hell on that video, and it didn't look like he was, shaky from the apology. He really looked like a tweaker. You ever see somebody that got issues? He looked like one of those people that need to go sit down in recovery for 2 or 3 years. You let him sit in there for about 6 months, it ain't gonna get out his system. He need to go sit in a sauna for about 6 months straight, go to another program for another year and a half, and then bake out in the sun so whatever it is can sweat out his pores for the next 6 months. You could tell he's been on whatever he's been on for a very long time, and it got him bad. Said Daddy's apology is as flat as Coca-Cola left open for days. Wasn't it? Wasn't it? That apology looked like he was under duress. He wasn't sorry. He was sorry he got caught up. Said that's all they want these days. These broken one nobody with real talent. Right. See, you back in the day, they got broken people that had real talent, but with those people, they were too hard to replace. And even, broken people have moments of redemption. So it's harder to have a moment of redemption when you don't deserve the opportunity that you have anyway, because your talent is so limited that they can make a new you every 5 minutes. See, they made a factory of, I almost named somebody. I ain't gonna name that person, but everybody right now that sound like they reading Cat in the Hat, that's on purpose. They no longer want people to have talent, because people who really have talent have the ability to think. They want mindless drones, and mindless drones that they can threaten by telling them, like, we could find another one of you, on every corner. You used to couldn't tell that to a Michael Jackson, to a Prince, to a George Michael, to a Aretha Franklin, to a Patti LaBelle. These people that's out now, it ain't nothing to replace them, because they didn't come to the table with nothing in the first place. Said, I would love to hear what he has to say. What is your station head? Um, it is Miss Angel the Oracle. I tried to put Angel Kisses the Oracle, but it wouldn't let me, so it's Miss Angel the Oracle. I forget it. You are across the pond, Jamaican Rose. I'm like, morning. Said, I saw a video of Gene Deal talking about the Diddler, and he said the same thing you said about how the spiritual fight had already been fought and won, but now it was playing out in the physical realm. Absolutely. Absolutely. See, people don't understand that the legal system that we have down here, even though these people are wicked, it's based on the laws of the universe. There are universal councils. There's councils of angels. There's councils, with these different deities. There's levels before you get up to the most high. So they could be prosecuted several times over before it comes down here. And then when it comes down here, it's already done. It's just playing out in front of us. Said TD Jakes did a bit about DV in his sermon today. What the hell is he doing the sermon? Didn't that nigga step down? He ain't got no business on the pulpit. Didn't he step down 2-3 weeks ago? See what I mean about playing in our face? You just stepped down with this so-called I cheated on my wife scandal. What are you doing in the pulpit? I can't wait till the truth come out on him, because when that truth hit the fan on him, it's going to be like a damn grenade. Blow him out the pulpit for good this time. Said there is a reason we only get Sexy Red, Sukihana, Ice Spice. That's all they want to push to the forefront. Miss LaDon, I'll tell you the same way I told my friend earlier today. They use rap to take the men out of the household. When they took the men out of the household, placed a lot of them in the prison system, a lot of them in the ground, it took the protection of the women and the children out of the home. So when you put this out here, it's going to take the mothers out of the home, which leave all the babies vulnerable. And those babies they're going to end up being wards of the state, because now grandmas ain't grandmas no more. Baby mamas, versus actual mothers of children are totally different. Those are two totally different terms. So if your mother is the first teacher that God allowed you to have, and she dumb as a box of rocks, you already got a hard chance at life. And then here it is. There's no dad. Mom is a box of rocks. Ain't no more big mama, because grandma's at the club pop locking, dropping. Who these babies have now? Now they're wards of the state. The state can take these babies and make money off of them. I know some of you in here know this, some of you might not, but a lot of your privately owned institutions, as far as the prisons here in America, they're owned by the record labels and the liquor companies. You don't believe me? Look up who's behind these companies. Seagram's owns several prisons. The list goes on and on. So if you think about, the company that the record label that's pushing drill rap is also a company that owns a private owned prison. Y'all see how they making money hand over fist? They put out a certain type of shoe. Y'all out here robbing each other, killing each other over the shoe. Then you go to prison. And then if you get out of prison, they allow you to rap, and you go and rap about the same thing, which puts everybody else in the same circle. And it's all owned by the same subsidiaries. Our destruction is a $1 trillion business. You'd be surprised how many record labels own private prisons. Say, please, please, please put all info in your description box of how to reach your email, station head, etc. Would be greatly appreciated. I absolutely will, Yolanda. You got it. You got it. Said, oh, y'all talking to each other. Said, I think when he was on Ayanla's show with his son, she was telling him he was wrong, and that broke him. And I think that's when he started back. Um, Baby True, what she was doing, cause see, let me tell you something. This isn't, her show isn't real therapy, okay? It isn't real therapy. It is therapy adjacent. It's still for an entertainment purpose. So when you come on those types of shows, they have, an outline. Okay, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, we're going to set this up this way, we're going to set this up that way. And I guarantee you, between her and the producers, just like how they do with Love and Hip Hop and a lot of these other shows, there was certain conversations that was had with him and other conversations that were had with his son. And then they put them together, and she decided to poke the bear and be combustible. Okay? Because you got to still realize that this is supposed to get ratings. So when he realized that she was playing in his face and this was really going to affect his family, being that he already has triggers from his childhood, yeah, it set him off because he realized she was playing in his face and he called her on it. Now, where is her show? If she really is a licensed therapist, why doesn't she have a private practice where she can work with somebody like me or you and do actual therapy? And why is she not practicing under her actual name versus her stage name? Because Ayanla Van Zandt is her stage name. That's not her actual name. So, yeah. He knew she was playing in his face. I just wish that he had better coping skills at the time. But she was pouring salt in the wound on purpose, knowing that it was going to get her views. It wasn't about healing in the long run. It was overall about marketing. And that's a very dangerous thing to play with. You don't take somebody's wounds and use them against them, because everybody is not strong enough to push and pull past that, and you could push somebody off the deep end. So for that reason, I'm glad her show is not still on, because no, she is not a real therapist. She's an entertainer cosplaying a therapist. And I said what I said. Just like when it was all said and done, Dr. Phil, yes, he does have a real degree, but what ended up happening? You sending those children off to that damn horse ranch, and then you got Bad Baby over there, even though that girl needed somebody to get her together. It took her going over there to find out all those children were being mishandled. And then once that comes out, all of a sudden you don't see him dealing with children no more. See, his downfall was trusting her and trusting Oprah. When he got to talking about God openly on their show, they started to mock him, which they didn't realize they weren't mocking him, they were mocking God. God said he will not be mocked. So before it's all said and done, you're going to see Oprah go down too. Those people in Hawaii gave her hell. Jason Momoa cussed her and The Rock up, out, and down, and I felt like they both deserved it, because they added him to their marketing to try to get people to donate to the fires in Maui. And he went live and gave them the business, because he said he did not give them permission to use his name or his likeness. He was not a part of their scamming, and they both had too much money to be asking regular people for anything. And I 100% agree. So now we seeing, the curtains, be pulled open. The veil is getting thin. These people can't hide anymore like they used to. Now, over in that area in Maui, She owns a lot of land. Ask yourself why those roofs were painted blue and those were the only houses that didn't catch on fire. And what's going to happen with that land now that they done put all the fires out and all those homes are gone? Who's going to buy that land for dirt cheap? What are they about to do with that land? So that's why if you a weed smoker, you don't smoke nothing that you ain't rolled or seen broken down the road. I agree. I agree. And not only that, if you can help it, don't use anybody else's papers because they might not be in the cannabis, but it could be on the paper. Sad to think that, people that devious, but they are, especially if they're jealous of you. I knew a guy I went to school with, somebody laced his stuff with angel dust. And he's been out of his mind ever since. It's been like 30 years and he never came back. Uh, that's what happened to X too, isn't it? Yeah, I was just telling a story about him explaining what happened to him. Um, it was like somebody else considered like a big homie, like a father figure. That person denies ever doing it, but they never denied it when he was alive. They waited until he passed away to come forward and say they didn't do it. Why couldn't you say it when he was alive? So hearing X tell that story made me learn how to roll my own. Yeah, roll your own or don't at all. Even with drinking, I had guys tell me when I was very young, because back in the 90s, everybody had fake IDs or was in the club. But they told me way back then about, how they would lace drinks. And if anybody sent the bottle over the table, never drink from a bottle that's already open. Make sure that the bottle is properly sealed. Open the bottle yourself. They told me back in the 90s about people putting syringes into the corks of champagne bottles and poisoning the champagne, lacing it that way. So it's just sad. It's now that I'm older, I'd rather just be at home. Every once in a while I'll pop out, but I'm not really out there like that because people do some weird stuff, especially now with all this trafficking. Yeah, said BMX suffered a lot in his life. He did, and that just lets you know how big his heart was, that he was still able to save somebody else so that they didn't go through his experiences. He had that much love in him that nobody else gave him for him, but he found it in God and gave it to everybody else until the day he passed away. That's amazing. You say you just chill it till it's time to go to sleep. Wow, Terry Ellis said, that's why I roll my own because something like that happened to my cousin. Yeah, people out here are terrible. Like I'm not a cigarette smoker. Like if I smoke cigars. And yeah, like in the 90s when I tell you things were so crazy, like when they had them wet cigarettes, for those of y'all that don't know what a wet cigarette is, they used to dip cigarettes in embalming fluid and let it dry out. And damn, loud ass car. Yeah, they would dip them in embalming fluid and let them dry out. And a lot of people would smoke that and it would fry their brain cells. And that was, especially like in Ohio, certain parts of the Midwest, that was a big thing with them wet cigarettes. Yeah, he was an incredible human being, absolutely. Through all his adversities, he was. And that just lets you know how God had his hand on him. Everything he went through, and he still found compassion for somebody else. He even talked about how, all the chicks he messed with in the industry, if he knew that that was somebody's girlfriend or somebody's chick, he didn't touch them because he's like, oh, no, that's his chick. You don't know how you feel about her. You don't mess with nobody else's woman. That's a standard that a lot of people nowadays just don't have. And you see a lot of people, they get unalive behind messing with somebody else's woman or man. Said that's how I grew up. I don't have no family, no parents, and was kidnapped when I was young. Didn't start to heal until my adult years. Well, God bless you, sweetheart. Many prayers to you. Said I don't know who still listens to or believe in anything TD Jakes has to say. He better hope that the same spirits that knock Oprah ass over on that stage don't come and kick him off that pulpit. Because my thing is, I hold the parishioners of that church accountable at that point. Because once he stepped down, he shouldn't be back on that pulpit. Who said that he was fit to get back on the pulpit if he stepped down for adultery? What counseling did he go through? How did he rectify his marriage? Did he cut off that so-called adulterous relationship? You ain't been off the pulpit for 6 minutes. You don't get out my face, sir. But see, when I did that TD Jakes reading, I saw what was really behind that scandal, and I saw that scandal wasn't real in the first place. He needed people to think he was messing with a woman, so didn't nobody tap into what else he got going on. But it's still going to come out, and they still going to find out how nasty and despicable he is. So he can make up all the fake scandals he wants to, allegedly, but the truth is still going to come out. While you trying to separate itself from no Diddy, you're going to be right over there with them. Give it a few more months. See, these indictments, when they come in and they start putting people on the stand, you're going to find out what he was into too. So just remember I told y'all, he ain't got but so much longer. Mr. I lie, don't care who tell it, Jakes. Said I can't find you on Station Head. Toke, if you go to my community page, I have an announcement picture on my community page to where I am on Station Head. Is right there on the page. But what I'll do is I'll repost all of my information in the description when I get off of here, and then I'll repost my Station Head on the community page so that it's right back at the top. But it's not Angel Kisses over there. It's Miss Angel the Oracle, like MZ. They wouldn't even let me do the Angel Kisses over there. Let's see. I said, oh wow, I am a reader too. Study to show yourself approved. It's listen, absolutely, Amethyst. And see, that's the issue with a lot of people. They don't study to show themselves approved. For me, I don't just study from one holy book. Like, I serve the Most High, but I like to know about everything that's going on around me, because once you start to understand things in the holy book, it makes it easier to understand esoterically. Because in the Bible, there are things that are, because they rewrote the Bible, there are things that they put in there esoterically where certain people are talking to each other like they're talking over our heads. So once you understand, what they mean by like the whore of Babylon, and she be cloaked in red, and the four, horses of the apocalypse. Once you understand what those things mean, they're talking about different nations and the things that are going to happen in the different nations and how those nations are going to fall. And those things are actually happening because these people, they had their cauldrons and all types of things, and they've been doing this for hundreds and, thousands of years to keep the order, to keep power. But the veil is getting so thin that they can't hide things anymore, and it's getting harder and harder for them to lie. So, that's why they taking stuff like TikTok, and that's why they're trying to limit the things that we say on here, and folks got to say grape instead of other words, because they're trying to control the information. They want to make it like how it is in China, to where you can't say nothing they don't let you say. But see, China is running out of resources, and China, believe it or not, y'all, China is starting to go broke. That's why you got so many Chinese migrating over to Africa, and they beating on the Africans and enslaving them and doing all this crazy stuff because they are colonizing them the way that this country was colonized because they have overextended that country. So if you look at what's happening with the weather over there and all the things that's happening, that's the wrath of God and the ancestors that's over there flooding them out. When they that flood just happened in China and all those crocodiles was floating in the water and the people couldn't even walk swim through the water to get to safety because they was getting ate. That's biblical. Go back through the Bible and look at when Moses came through and he was asking, Pharaoh to let my people go, and look at all the pestilence and all the things that came up until the the Hebrews were able to get out and they had to go across the desert for 40 years. A lot of those same things happen over there and in the Bible. So we're really looking at biblical things happening all over again. The things in the holy book that happened before are happening now, like right before our face. And they're going to keep on happening. Some of you, I DM'd you that video where it was like the dead of night and lightning struck and you could see somebody walking through, like you literally could see somebody look like they were in the sky but they were walking through. I told y'all that the veil is getting so thin that you're going to actually see things from the spirit realm on this side because the worlds are merging. That's why it's so important to raise your vibration, because certain things, whether people want it or not, they're gonna vibrate out. Avid chatter, I knew you was about to start. Tired some all the people that like getting swallowed up. Yeah, that's why he need to get off that pulpit, because he likes swallowing too. Yeah, I'm gonna take a screenshot from my station head and I'm gonna put it on my community board as soon as I get out of here, so you can see exactly what my community see exactly what my station head is, because I haven't even recorded over there yet, but I do have a lot of you that have followed me. So as soon as I get off of here, give me like maybe 3 or 4 minutes. I'm gonna go and screenshot it and put it right on the community page. It'll be right over there. Said you should have seen them folks defending him in the comments. Listen, if people are blind now, it's because they want to be. No other reason. If you're blind now, you choose to be. Said, wow, extremely impressive. Must be a bit scary. The ability to see some crazy things other people can't see. It's, I mean, for some people it'll probably be scary. I was born with my gift, so I saw things at a very young age, and I was just accustomed to seeing them because I've always seen between the veils. So as a young girl, I would see spirits. I would come in the houses, and the spirits of the people who passed away in the houses that didn't cross over, I would, they would be sitting there like, oh, you can see me. Hey, it's like, I, ever since I was a little girl. Said, now that I'm older, I feel the same. I was very intuitive as a child, but didn't understand it until I was an adult. Well, see, that's why the devil attacks so many children, because as a child, you're closer to God in your childhood years than you will ever be. And that's when you're the most open spiritually. So when you have an anointing, or if you have, small children and you know that your children have gifts, pray over them extensively, because if you can see that your child has a gift, the spirit realm sees it too, and they will start attacking them so that they can't step into their purpose. And be very careful of the family members and the so-called friends that you allow around those children, because I mean, I've told a couple of you in my private readings, I tell you all here, I had family members that were hexing me and putting spell work on me to bind my gift, because they didn't want people to know what type of stuff they do in the dark, and they knew I could see it. So yeah, That spell work stuff is real, but the higher you vibrate, the less it's able to work. And once you get to a certain level of angelic protection, it bounces right off of you and it goes back to whoever sent it to you. And it hits them 10 times harder than it was ever going to hit you. Said, my dad made us read books like that. I've always been spiritually connected since I was a child. I still research a lot on the topic. That's a good thing. That's a blessing. Hey, Mom. Said, just popping in to say hi. Hi, sweetie. Said, I'm on break. Well, you have a wonderful day at work. Said, Diane B. said, he was one of the men that built America. I watched that series on the History Channel. Listen, when you watch the History Channel, you got to watch the History Channel. Let me tell you how the History Channel did me one day, and I was over it. Now, they were doing a special on the Incan and the Mayan Empire and how the Mayans disappeared, right? So they were talking about the crystal skulls and how the crystal skulls were found all across the world, and how, these different skulls were, different power points because crystals can be charged, right? So they talked about how all these people disappeared, they're out of existence, they're extinct, right? 5 minutes later, the host of the show says, well, I'm here with a tour guide, a direct descendant of the land. What? How? You just said everybody was gone. How they gonna be extinct and the tour guide is a direct descendant? Both things can't be true at the same damn time. Quit playing with me. But he had to get someone to go speak to the local people because they're so protective of their land that they will unalive you if you come over there, messing around their pyramids and in that space, because that's sacred land. They are very, very protective of the ancestors and that land. So they got permission to enter. But I thought that was the craziest thing I ever heard. You just said the whole bloodline died off, everybody was gone, but here's my tour guide, a direct descendant of the land. I don't know if they thought we was hearing but wasn't listening. I was just floored. Like, this man played all in my face. Like, people can't be gone and here all at the same damn time. Said that banker was originally funded Tesla until he found out that it would literally bankrupt his oil and banking company and others. Right. Absolutely. You're on the right track. Absolutely. Nikola Tesla, with the technology that he was introducing, all of that stuff was going to be out of business. Even with hemp. Hemp and cannabis was originally banned, not because it was harmful, but because hemp was way cheaper and way easier to mass produce than lumber. And the lumber industry was going to go out of business if they started building houses out of hemp. And the hemp houses were going to last longer. They said those houses were expected to last at least 150 years. So to keep the lumber industry from going out of business, they banned hemp and did a whole campaign against it. And it was illegal up until recently. Well, I want to say it's recreation in maybe 38 states now. There's still other states that you can't, have it in. But that's the reason why they banned it. Said, I do think that it's odd how someone as smart as Musk is the face of Tesla. I'm still trying to figure out how he and his family even took over a legendary name. You know what? I never thought about that, but I did remember that, Tesla came from Nikola Tesla. So that's a very, very interesting question. Only thing I could say is, Maybe he trademarked the name because nobody in the family did, and that's how he got ownership. But damn good question. Oh shoot, the box was getting loose over here in the chat. Yeah, so Nikola Tesla wasn't the first that with that technology. The Egyptians had lights, aircrafts. Well, baby, Avichatter, it goes beyond the Egyptians, because if you go back to Atlantis that they claim never exists, aka right on the other side of the Incans and Mayans, they had that technology as well. So if anything, they dumbed down the generation, so we didn't know that a lot of these things could be solar powered through crystals, and these crystals could, charge things and give you electricity. And then if you took that crystal and you hooked it up to wind turbines, it also would cause natural energy. So, as long as they can't make money off of it, they're going to block it. They're going to ban it. They've been, you know, pillaging the whole earth, killing all our resources just for the love of money. Hey, said hello from Connecticut. Hey, sweetie, how are you? So yeah, it says as well as the Mayans and the Sumerians. Absolutely. That's exactly what I was saying, Aisha. Yeah, it's none of this is new. When they say nothing is new under the sun, absolutely nothing new. They had more advanced technology than what we have now. What we have now compared to them is primal. That's another reason why they went around the world and tried to covet all the gemstones, because they knew that, you know, gems are a natural way of, tapping into energy and charging energy. You can even cleanse your personal energy and realign your chakras with gems, because the pupils of your eyes, just like the capstone of the pyramids, quartz. You got quartz in your eyes. You are the earth and the earth is you. That's why all of a sudden now they're telling you the earth thing. Go outside and put your feet in the grass and hug a tree. Our ancestors been knew that. I just thought it was country as hell growing up, because me and my grandma were always outside in the garden with no damn shoes on, playing around in the backyard in the grass with no shoes on. I didn't know it was called earthing. I just thought we were country. I got older and heard that term. Was like, I've been doing that any damn way. I grew up climbing trees and playing in trees. It's an Angel off subject, but the Meet the Grams cover, the shirt on back, another content creator on his live talked about the symbol on the shirt, which was mentioned on HBO True Detectives. I'm going to have to check into that. I did notice after we talked in the last chat, somebody had mentioned that his son was tapping into doing drawings from what's his name? I can't think of the painter right now, but pretty much he was tapping into the energy of Anubis. And after that live, when I started seeing all the content creators that were using Drake for content, I noticed how many videos he had with dogs in the video, and I was like, there's Anubis again. He keeps trying to tap into and borrow this energy with Anubis, but who said that Anubis was allowing you to use his energy? You may have tapped into a trickster spirit that had nothing to do with Anubis. And see, when somebody don't know what they're doing, they don't know what they're tapping into, they don't understand the concept of trickster spirits that will present themselves one way and turn into something else. Oh, thank you, Autumn W. Excuse me, Autumn M. Basquiat, that's his name. Said, forgive my earlier choppy text. I was driving. Listen, don't be texting and driving. Castro, I need them fingers and everything to be in text so I can come over there and get a reading from you. Don't worry about texting to you stationary or do that talk to text. You got you got talk to text. Use talk to text. Let's say you saw they did not nominate Joanne for the Country Music Awards. Baby, I told y'all they wouldn't. Y'all thought I was joking? I told y'all they wasn't. The competition is between Miley and Taylor. She was never getting there between Miley and Taylor. That's the good old boys. You think the Dukes of Hazzard was gonna let her in there? Now, here's what y'all don't know. Some of y'all that don't follow the Country Music Awards. K. Michelle been over there for years. She been over there performing with Jelly Roll, who was the same guy that brought out Sexy Red, had her twerking at his show. Like, she's really respected in country music. And that's the one person she didn't have on that album because she would have sang her off that album. And that's the truth. So mad Diddy made us hate a whole nail polish color. Listen, I wanted to get my white toes so bad. I said, I'm not getting the FO polish. I don't need nobody confused about what I do. Said I'm wearing white toenails now. Twisted Diddler can never interfere with my choices. I wanted to get it so bad. I was looking at my nails because it's like, I got white marble design, and I'm looking at my nail tech like, look now, don't get too comfortable with the white. You know what's going on with the white polish, right? Oh my gosh. Oh, Happy Chatter said, man, I'm still wearing my white nails, and I dare someone to think I participate in FOs. Oh my God. Just to think, I had bleach blonde hair and I used to love white nails. So, hell, somebody probably be thinking I was a participant. They go back to my pictures from 10, 15 years ago. No, I wasn't. Not at all. Said I bleached blonde platinum for 30 years now. See, I had bleach blonde hair for 12 years and I was sitting on my hair. It never broke my hair out. I looked like Storm. My hair was so white. I remember when I first started growing it out and I turned my hair darker. Everybody was like, "Are you okay? Are you sure?" Ah, not the 69 God. Y'all, did y'all see the video on IG with the lady? The grandma had to be in her 80s. She, that freaky ass nigga, you 69 God. I said, who gave Nana a phone and got her singing Kendrick Lamar? Like, I'm not ready. I'm going back to bed. Says, speaking of Storm, okay, in parentheses, Monroe. Says Storm has Jag on his live. I've noticed Jag has a lot of envy towards Nikki, so I don't care for some of her antics since she has been lying on Nikki lately. I'm gonna tell you like this. Jag has not been sued yet for defamation. And some of those people like 50 Cent who petty and they don't care if you don't have no money will still sue you. So Terry, take that into account when Jag say something and don't nobody come forward, don't nobody say nothing. She over the top, but she ain't as crazy as people think. Her and Orlando Brown, they hide in the safety of the crazy bubble. Because the crazier people think you are, they be like, well, don't pay her no mind. People think she crazy anyway. Said, nah, more like 68 and I owe you one God. Said, we don't do that. Oh, that's okay. Y'all got somebody out of here. Said I was just laughing when somebody said he looked like he was in ballet with Uncle Rush. That's listen. I just told him earlier. Where the hell was he at? That damn looked like he was up in a treehouse somewhere. Like he was recording live from Gilligan Island from a coconut. Like that. Like what part of your house looked like that? So someone referenced Diddy look like the Friday character. Yes, I just said that earlier. He looked like what's his name character in the chicken coop. He sure in the hell did. When he got out the chicken coop and was running down the damn street. Said definitely tried us, making me want to get white petty just because. I had to accessorize some white toes. I get my white toes. I probably have to get some. Well, my toes are always done anyway, but I probably have to get them iced out like I do my nails. Like I don't want just no regular white toes after how he done defiled such a nice color. Said another Southern saying, I'm from the South. You woke up seeing your own obituary in the paper. My grandmother used to say that. Baby, listen, that ain't too far from my grandmother. My grandmother used to say, you mess around and wake up and find yourself dead. And when she used to say that, I look at her like, how the hell you gonna wake up and find yourself? You know what? I don't even need to know. Now I'm older. I'm like, you know what? She right. In the spirit realm, sometimes people wake up outside of their body and they, where I be, how I'm looking down at me. A lot of those sayings, it seemed like they were talking crazy, but they make more sense when you get older. So we happened. What happened to afros? Are we insecure? I don't know what the hell you talking about. It's still people wearing afros, just depending on where you're at. So yes, I just had that. They no longer want real talent. Yeah. So that apology gave me the impression of being rehearsed. It was as if like I knew when each nonverbal cue was going to kick in for him during that video. Yeah, and he's a terrible actor. He couldn't keep his eyes forward on the screen. He was looking around. He looked like he was about to start itching. It was terrible. He should have just stayed off that camera. We would have got the picture if he just deactivated his social media. It was the worst thing he could have did was come forward and speak. I said he ain't gonna never take your white petty. So that picture of the diddler on Twitter yesterday is savage. People be mean in a good way. Listen, he deserved all the heckling he can get. He need to feel ashamed and miserable. So yes, they're publicly traded. Said black men can say no to it all. What is this? So why keep making the music? BM created rap music, by the way. Well, here's the thing. That sounds, you know, that sounds plausible, but have you ever heard the term all skin folk ain't kinfolk? See, if you say no and you go work with somebody look like you or you become popular doing what it is that you do by yourself, a lot of times it's somebody like this that come and take you down. So if you think of the boule, that was the whole entire purpose of the boule. The boule were meant to keep the rest of us in check. And then they would go back and give messages to whoever so that they could keep an ear to the ground to know what we were doing to stop us before we can get so far. COINTELPRO. Look into that man. He was a passer. He wasn't even white. His first cousins was darker than me. But you here it is, you cosplaying, pretending like you white and you cross dressing, but you the worst enemy ever to your own community. So it's not necessarily about, black men or black women saying no. We got to know who's for us and who's not for us in our own community, because there's a lot of people in our community that's worse than anybody else when it comes to holding us back, and they do it proudly and willingly. Good thing is a good amount of those people going down this year. And in the words of the great Craig Mack, you won't be around next year. It's too severe, kicking that flavor in your ear. Yeah, get them out of here. Get them all out of here. Get the lap dogs out of here so the real folks can do what they need to do. Because sometimes you can say no, and that no gets you unalived. So you got to know who you're saying no to. Said, I have heard some weird things about, but I'm nervous about going down that rabbit hole. About Musk. Oh, I guess that was Musk, like Elon Musk. He trying to convince everybody to go to space. So as far as I'm concerned, take all them 13 families and the weird people with you, and y'all go right over to Mars. It's fine with me. Go invade their space. Said Angel Henny just announced that she's coming out with the tequila soon. Yeah, I seen that. And you know what's crazy about that? How did the tequila company not know that she allegedly, calling people, ethnic slurs from Mexico? How do you start a tequila company when you racist towards Mexicans or any people that are, of Hispanic heritage? That sounds crazy as hell. Black men destroy the black community and they need to be held accountable. Lisa, it's beyond black men, and I'm not going to sit here and bash black men with you, because if you really knew what was going on, you would know black men don't have a lot of the power that you think they have to tear up anything. Black men are not the ones that put the liquor stores in our communities. Black men ain't the ones that took all the funding out of education, so it made it harder to get a job, that made it easier for the school to prison pipeline. Those things were done to make sure that the young men in the community grew up to be disenfranchised so that they could not help their community. So I'm not going to sit here and help you bash black men. We don't do that here. Now, we'll tell the truth about what needs to be cleaned up in the community, but all black men are not accountable for tearing up the community. We ain't going to do that. We ain't going to do that at all, because there's some raggedy black women that need to be called to the table too. So if we going to call them, we going to call them all. We ain't going to just blame stuff on black men. We not doing that. There's some good black men out here, some good black fathers, and some good black husbands. All black men ain't responsible for the community going to hell. You got to do your research to know what's going on in this community, to understand what's coming into your community that's causing the overall downfall of the community. It's way bigger than somebody that look like me and you. Would you say take half a wig wearing gal down with Opie? Listen, they both can go. Bye. So absolutely hate when celebrities come out asking us for money to go towards a cause, as if they don't have the money to cover it themselves. It's not even just they don't have the money to cover it themselves. They know all the loopholes where they can use that money to get tax write-offs if they donate to 5% of their income to keep them out the 45 percentile tax bracket. So being that they know more about how to get money back out of the government, anything they donate come right back in their pocket. The average person, the average everyday person, if they donate that money is gone. Because they make sure that they don't teach financial literacy the way that they should to regular everyday people, so that they can keep people in a certain level, because the more financial literacy you have, the more financial freedom you have. Then they can't tell you nothing when you got financial freedom. So yeah, shout out to Jason Momoa for cussing them all out. I'm gonna put the picture for Station Head up on the page so y'all can find it and go right to it. It'll be on my community page today. So why was Gail even on the cover of Sports Illustrated? What did Opie have to do or give to put those strings? Because who asked for it? That's interesting. I didn't even know she was on the cover of Sports Illustrated. I mean, she's not a sports announcer. She ain't in shape, so I don't know why she would be on there either. It's no reason to see her on there. Said 2024 got us buy our wigs, baby. I'm telling you. Wow, said they stole my friend's son. Are you talking about the Jakes family? Said it was just posted on the Shade Room that the game recalls a time when he says that people were planning to set Drake up in Los Angeles after he had a disagreement with Diddy. Listen, you got to take things with a grain of salt from the game, because the game is inserting himself so that he can get something out of this. He ain't talking for just no reason, okay? And see, right now, Drake need protection. So, wink, wink, okay? Put two and two together. Drake need protection. If Drake need protection to come to LA, what you think that's about? Oh, you said you found it? Okay. Can you do me a favor, Taryn, and put it down in the chat so whoever else is looking for my station head can go straight to it. I'm still going to take a screenshot, though, and put it on the community page. And then I'm going to come back in my description and put it in my description. But thank you. Say, yes, China had a housing crisis. Absolutely. And a lot of those crises are around way that they built the infrastructure. A lot of those houses were not built to last, so a lot of the properties are falling apart, and that's why they don't make it through those rainstorms and those mudslides. Like, gone. Hey, Elizabeth. Said I remember that video, I believe. Said Houston has really been taking a hit a lot. I used to hear the Texans despise the people from New Orleans, the Hurricane Katrina. I remember after Hurricane Katrina, a lot of the evacuees were brought up here to Michigan, and they put them in a lot of the hotels, and a lot of the privately owned hotels that weren't chains. The government gave them money, put them in the hotels while they were waiting for like housing. And our housing department up here that is over Section 8 got in trouble because they took a huge amount of the evacuees and they put them in housing and skipped over people who had been on the list for like anywhere from 2 to 5 years, and they got in big trouble. So I remember my friend's grandma looking at a baby and saying that the veil was low over her head. The baby passed with a weak Southern grandma. Yeah, Southern grandma's something else. But see, once somebody said that, they should have prayed over the protection of that child. Said, yes, so very true. I wish my parents understood that. Same with me, living in a haunted house, and I was scary. You wouldn't believe the things that I would see stop by at that house. Um, yeah, I used to work at this place. Well, hell, I used to work at this place downtown called the Whitney, right? This was years and years ago. And the Whitney is considered to be the most haunted house in the whole state of Michigan. They turned it into a restaurant. And upstairs, the area is called the Ghost Bar. This used to be David Whitney actual mansion. And once a month, every 30 days, they would have a crew that would come out with EVP equipment so that they could monitor the spiritual energy of the house. Now, the spirits in that house would, mind you, like I said, it's a restaurant now. They would throw dishes. There was a piano player up on the second floor where my bar was, and I want to say I got off of work like within 30 minutes of me getting off of work, the chandelier crashed down on the piano. The piano player had just literally got up to go get something to drink, came back, it crashed down on the piano. They put the chandelier back up. Within a week, it crashed back down again. All of these things would happen after I got off of work. Nothing ever happened to me while I was there. Weirdest thing ever. Now, at the time, nobody knew that, I could do anything with this. I didn't tell anybody. It was maybe one or two people who knew me that knew my gifts. I come to work one day and there were some major arcanas that were left on the bar, and it was a very, very old deck that was out of circulation. Something that was made in I want to say maybe the 30s or something. Nobody ever knew who left those cards on the bar. I asked if they could pull up the footage to find out who kept leaving cards, because they left all of the major arcanas until every major arcana that was in the deck was on the bar. I left those cards under the register because I'm like, ain't no way in the hell I'm taking these home. Ain't no telling what the spiritual energy was on those cards. They never found out who left those cards. And as you can see, you see what I do today. So the spirits of the house, approved of, me doing what I do. And if you look up the Whitney on YouTube, you will see that the Whitney made it on, what's that haunted house show? I'm trying to think what's the name of the show. Ghost Hunters. Look up Ghost Hunters, the Whitney. They actually went to the Whitney and they did a whole episode there, and they do EVP readings there every 30 days to monitor the spiritual energy of that house. And whoever works there, if the spirits do not like you, they throw dishes at you, all types of stuff happens. I had never had that happen to me. Said my son recently was speaking to a young lady who didn't know she had passed. I looked her up right away, and she was asking him, how was the banking industry? I have to keep him covered. Passed weeks ago. Wow. Said I lived in a haunted house. I actually have audio of spirits asking my grandson to please stay. Well, make sure you pray over that baby and keep him covered, keep him protected. Uh-oh. Hold on. Says Angel, do Kelly Rowland know about Camel Face and Joanne's alleged activities? Baby, all those folks know a little bit of this and a little bit of that, but they know enough to be quiet, I'll tell you that much. Thank you, Avid Chatter. Damn, the excuse me. The box was getting loose up in here. Hey, cat ass, I'm back. I'm working and listening to Angel. I'm about to get out of here in a moment because I was supposed to only be doing, content to upload for the next 2 days. And as you can see, the diddler got me on here because he be lying and he crying and he crying and lying. Said about to get my toes. I love white French tips. I think I can still do the French tips, but I used to just love getting the white shellac on my toes because it just looks so good, especially, in the spring and the summer. White toes look nice and crisp. He just had to sully it up. Said, what's the act? What the actual hell, Angel? You have major trolls and bots in here. Listen, anytime the conversation gets too enlightened, they send the crayon eaters over here. They've been trolling me ever since I did my live on the Grammys. But it's not as bad as it used to be, Cat Eyes. If you look at some of my old lives where it says like 16, 17,000 views, over anywhere from 10,000 or plus was trolls. That's why I used to post pictures and screenshots so that y'all could see. It was like we made it to these numbers. If you look on those screenshots, it'll say like the duration was like 2 minutes to 5 minutes average. Those were trolls. That maybe they was trying to run me off of here, trying to drive me crazy. Said about to dye my hair blonde. Baby, I love blonde hair. My hair, boy, you talking about the more platinum I could get it. Back in the day, I was giving Joanne a run for her money, and it was my real hair. Wasn't no wigs. Emma Wallace, I've never heard that one before, but okay, thank you. Cat Eye said Jaguar is not a liar. That's what I said. You got to learn how to process her and Orlando Brown. See, they got a formula. They give you the crazy and then slide the information in. Because as long as they sound a little off, it make it hard for people to say, well, you can't listen to her. She crazy. But then you get to listening to that information on the back end when stuff starts to unfold, and it's like, wait a minute, she did say that. Said I personally don't care for her. Sorry. I mean, hey Terry, I get it. Yeah, I mean, she can be a bit much to chew on, but hey, look back over the things she said and look at how some of this stuff unfolded. It's a reason why Storm Monroe circled the block and went back to her after he'd have set up and went off on her and got the 40 ounce acting a clown and a fool. He right back in her face for content for a reason. Said Jag isn't crazy as people try to make her out to be. No, she's got PTSD. You go through the type of stuff that she went through, you would be feeling off kilter too. The industry is extremely toxic, y'all. That's why I left. Ain't nothing worth handing over your soul. Nothing. Don't care how much money you make. When you don't have the peace of mind that'll let you sleep at night without being on substances, you're in a bad place. Said truth tellers are always called crazy or conspiracy theorists. Yeah. And just imagine with my gift, they don't know what the heck to do with me. Like she say she do what? And then here it is. I'll give you, I'll give you a prediction and it'll come through and it's like, well, I still don't know. That's kind of spooky. You got more people that question the word of God than question the devil. They'll jump right in bed with the devil but question God all the way to the ground. Crazy how that works. Says she stays on the crazy radar for safety. Right. Thank you, Cat Eyes. That's what I mean. It's a cloak. She is that bubble is for a reason. Her and it's a couple of them. Even poor Raz B. That another person. That's PTSD. But it don't mean he ain't telling the truth. Yeah, so what she said about the Riddler a year ago is currently coming to pass. Yes, it's happening right in front of our eyes. You said Diddler, I'm sorry. Hell, Diddler, Riddler, hell, that apology was a riddle, so you about right. Deactivating his social media would have definitely did the job. Yeah, here's what he should have done. He should have just deactivated his social media. Don't come over here looking like you on a Rockwell video. It always feels like somebody watching me. His eyes was bopping around and bouncing around like some damn marbles. Like, let me cut him off. All this damn anxiety on my screen. It's one thing for me to know you lying, but for you to be jittery and bouncy like you just had 7 shots of Starbucks, I can't watch you looking like that. Like, get off the camera and go get you some of that pink powder you got. Said, yes, I knew he did the Gene deal. Said because he stayed with some with Cassie, Young Miami, Kim Porter in his pocket. And see, you get to a certain point that you keep trying to chase a certain level of high and you can't catch it. And not, somebody who got that kind of money, you got to think about how heavy is his addiction, because he has the money to stay twisted all day, every day. He probably don't even sleep. Because when you use all those stimulants, they mess up your sleep. Said he should have just stayed quiet. The public has already made their decision. No apology video is going to save him. Yeah, that apology made it worse, because it's like, didn't you just tell us time will tell? And then, what is it, 2-3 days later, time told on your ass? You should have just been quiet. Your son should have been quiet too. Said the stuff about Nicki was proven in the court of law, though. They sanctioned the lawyer and were suing the bloggers. I believe that Jag just believed and repeated it. Yes and no. You got to remember, I don't know if you know Jaguar Wright's career and where she was at before, they snatched her career from her. But this was a woman who had Coca-Cola campaigns. She was on songs for soundtracks for movies. Like, Jaguar Wright was supposed to be right up there with Jill Scott. She actually was out before Jill Scott, and they snatched the rug from up under her. You can't get a Coca-Cola campaign unless you're being fast-tracked to be on the up. Like, she really was going places, and then she started telling people no, and some of them folks don't like to hear no, and it cost her. So she was around before Nicki came in the industry, and they were snatching her career from her at the beginning of Nicki's career. So, the industry is very small. Even if you've never met somebody, chances are you know at least 2 or 3 people who hang out with them or around them. It's not like, knowing everybody from your neighborhood. The circle gets very, very small. It's not hard to run into somebody at all. If they want to find you in the industry, it's nothing. So avid chatter, guilt will always make the loudest noise. That was his loud ass lying apology for sure. Like Cass Terrell say, he was a pile of lying. Damn, I'm scrolling through a lot of deleted comments. Here we go. Say, y'all have learned that all of that falls short of perfection, including Nicki. She is not perfect, no matter how good of a rap artist she is. She is a human being with flaws too. That's true. I mean, everybody, especially coming into the industry young, unfortunately have had some negative experiences that they don't want to speak on because y'all the industry is a very toxic, sick, demonic place. If y'all knew how that industry really was, you wouldn't be surprised that, like, when Mariah Carey had that meltdown in the hotel room and things like that, like, they see some very twisted things. And for for y'all, what's his name, Dennis Quaid. If you remember Dennis Quaid was a award-winning actor. He was a very high-paid actor. And him and his wife got out of the United States because they were talking about the star whackers, and they were saying that the industry was trying to send somebody to take them out because they didn't want to be involved in certain things. Remember, all of that stuff used to be in the rag mags. Now they're confirming that there really are star whackers. Believe it or not, this may sound weird. If you want to know more about the truth of what's going on in the industry, when you're in line at the grocery store, read some of those damn tabloids because that's where they actually put the real tea in. And then they went from the tabloids to doing blind items, and the blind items be airing everybody out. They don't put the real stuff on the network news because the network news is owned and operated by the people who put, everything together in the industry. The Associated Press, when you see people like your newscasters, when they get on the news and they tell you the news, the Associated Press gives everybody in the industry the exact same script on what they're supposed to say. All markets have the exact same script, and they have to stick to whatever comes down on that prompter from the Associated Press. None of them report anything different outside of what happens in the local news, and even that is pre-scripted, and they just read the prompter. So the real question is, how are you, an alcoholic, starting a liquor line? That's the last thing she needs to do. That's a very true statement, because when you start a liquor line, what do you have to do? You have to go and sit down with the people who I can't remember the name of the masters that distill your liquor, but you have to go sit down with them. You have to do tastings, you have to do pairings. They depending on the purity of the tequila, because a lot of this tequila that the stars sell is trash. I would never recommend that people drink tequila that's advertised by stars, because it's usually, foot wash in a bottle, and that's why they get celebrities to sell it, because it's really trash. If you drink tequila and it doesn't say 100% agave, that is not a good tequila. I don't care how much it costs. Most of the celebrity tequilas, horrible, rubbing alcohol, and they put, different preservatives like vanilla and caramel flavoring in them to make them taste better, like Casamigos. Casamigos so full of caramel flavor in it, don't make no sense. But they do that on purpose, because if you taste what it really tastes like, being that it's literally the foot wash of tequila, it'll make you fall out on the floor. Said, I know that's right, Angel, because I got me one of those good black men. Listen, it's some great black men out here. We need to give them all the accolades they deserve, because it's more good than it is bad. It's just the bad stays highlighted. And if we're going to talk about bad, then we need to talk about the black women that need to be corrected in our community too. I'm not on a bash all men hate train. I'm on a tell the truth and shame the devil train. And yes, we got some fixing we need to do in our community, but we can't blame it all just on one group. Absolutely not. I won't do it. Said, sure is not the chessboard has been set up and removed the king to expose the queen. Absolutely. Thank you, Avid Chatter, because the most important piece on that chessboard is the queen. You always protect the queen. So now when you have this this thought music that they got, this thought movement, it is to remove the queen. Because if you remove the queen, there's nothing and nobody there to protect the children. We know the children are the next generation, they're the future. You take the queen off the board, all the children are up for grabs. Yes, it's called systemic oppression for a reason. Facts, Angel. Thank you. Yeah. See, we got to look at the whole system. When you look at the testing system, the scholastic system, when they test black and brown children, against all odds, black and brown children usually test way higher with less education. So that lets you know how bright and how ingenious the children are, because they're learning in situations they should not be able to learn in. So they had to find another way to dim the light of these children. So what they started doing is giving them, these watered down people to idolize, and these people start putting these thoughts in their head that start getting them in trouble and getting them ready for the school to prison pipeline. Now here it is, you got children that come from our community, go to school with all these metal detectors, but the whole school ain't getting shot up. Somebody get mad, they just pop the person that they mad at, or unfortunately, if that person can't pow properly because they not trained, they don't know what to do, unfortunately, a random person gets hurt. But then you go out to these suburban schools and somebody's feelings get hurt because they don't like the way they talked about their hair and their glasses, and they come to school in a trench coat like John Wick and plow the whole school down. And those schools have money in them. Those schools have all types of things in the infrastructure that the urban schools do not have. So you got to ask yourself, what's happening in those schools where you keep having Columbines and all these situations over and over again, and those schools have the funding and they have the things that these other public schools don't have. You put those same children that are in those affluent neighborhoods, in those wealthier areas, in the same conditions, and you're going to see the same corruption, if not worse. You don't believe me? Go down to Kentucky. Go down to the southern part of Ohio, where it's so poor that those white people damn near live in shacks. And guess what? It is the same, if not worse, environment, where those white children are eating government cheese and their parents can't afford to have the lights on in their trailer. It is the same thing. Take the opportunities, disenfranchise the people. You're going to get the same results no matter what the people look like. See, I said just a way to launder money. Most people in the foundations and art galleries are just money laundering operations. Well, see, art galleries always need to have an eye on them, because when you get those big crates that get shipped in from overseas and they get that art and you're not guaranteed to sell that art to nobody, we don't know what the hell else is in that crate. Who's to say that, you ship some art over here, you didn't ship some powder over here too? So it sounds very turnkey to me. Said, what is this issue Morehouse has with the war in Palestine and Israel, and not a world about Haiti? Listen, justice for us, you just said a mouthful. And see, this is where some people need to get their mind right. Just like they had a bunch of folks look like us jumping on the ALS challenge, and they was out there dunking themselves in cold water, freezing their brain, not understanding that that was a form of torture from slavery. You could look it up. You'll see exactly what I'm talking about. They did all of that for the awareness of ALS, allegedly, And that's not even a disorder that happens in our community. But here it is. You got sickle cell, and where is the sickle cell movement? You ain't seen one yet, because they don't want you to know about healing your body from sickle cell. They don't want, Native Americans and what they call the black people, the melanated people, because you got to be melanated to have sickle cell. They don't want to do a movement for that, because it's like, no, we don't want to teach you how to naturally heal your body. We don't want to teach you about how, certain things are done to manipulate the genomes. You got to think about 40, 50 years prior, how many children suffered from sickle cell versus how many are suffering now. I'm not saying that it did not exist. What I'm saying is it was not existing to this magnitude. Certain special needs, when they talk about, I want to say like ADD and things like that, it's becoming more and more prevalent because we got all this food with these preservatives and this red dye. We weren't eating all the things that we're eating now. We were eating real food. And when they start putting all these preservatives in the food, it started causing a lot of deficits. So the game was one of Diddy's boy toys too. Miss LaDon, listen, that's why I said people need to pay attention to what he's saying. Actually read the lyrics of what he's saying, because a lot of people don't know that the game went around the world with Diddy for 2 years under the guise that he was going to be signed to his label, and he never signed him. And when that didn't work after 2 years, then he went to G Unit. Now, why were you traveling with Diddy for 2 whole years, letting him treat you like a bad bitch? You want to travel, come travel with me. Like, was he taking you on shopping sprees? Like, how was this going that you trusted this man enough to hang out with him and party and travel for 2 years straight under the guise that he was going to sign you to his label? You should have known in the first couple of weeks you wasn't getting signed. Why I got to go hang with you and party with you to get signed for 2 whole years? Michelle Lau, we were in school together. Oh, wow, Ivory. I thought that's who you were talking about. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you, Taryn. Everybody in the chat that wanted to follow my station head, she just put it here in the chat at Miss Angel the Oracle. Yeah, they wouldn't allow me to do Angel Kisses the Oracle, so it's Miss Angel the Oracle MZ. Hey, Lily. And see, they don't want y'all to talk about Haiti. They don't want us to have any conversations about Haiti, because Haiti was just like Puerto Rico, was very, very wealthy in resources, and Haiti fought back. Haiti got their freedom, and they're still paying Haiti back right now for standing up to the infrastructure. So why would you uplift a nation that fought back and got their freedom and is completely independent of, European rule? They got their land back. The money Israel damn near owns. Well, see, you got to understand also, guys, if you look at old world maps, okay, and I'm telling you this for a reason, you look at old world maps, a lot of those countries' names have changed. A lot of those countries' names are not the names that they were before 1960. They changed a lot of those countries around geographically by the names, and they changed, the borderlines, the boundaries of those countries. So when you look at where is the Holy Land and what's this and what's that, it is not where it's supposed to be on our current maps versus the old world maps. So if you want to know what was going on, you have to look at the old world maps. Not just the old world maps over there, but even the old world maps of the United States. Because the old world map of this country is not the way that we have it now. What they consider to be the South now used to be considered the North. What is considered the North used to be considered the South. The North is always supposed to be closest to the sun. They flipped everything geographically. Yolanda said, thank you, Tara. I found her. Okay, great. Great. Wanted to make sure that you found it. Said, Google who owns the earth, and the answers will astonish you. One family owns 1/6 of the entire earth. Come on, avid chatter. That's why I told y'all check the 13 families if you want to understand what I'm talking about. Those are the people that booted him out of his career. So Angel has always, you know, we must check the air pressure on Clive's oxygen tank before you go. Oh, said, how many more puffs does he have left? Well, you know, I look at Clive Davis like I look at Mr. Burns. Y'all remember Mr. Burns was in that cryo chamber and he was dying every night? And, and his assistant had to keep. Avid Chatter, I'm not playing with you. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Oh, thank you, Macaron. God loves you so much as well. Oh, goodness. I'm so done. Exactly why I left the banking industry at a high level. I love my soul more. I understand, Angel. Amethyst, if people only knew, if they only knew, seriously, when they show you, you know, these parties where they collect the phones before people go into the parties, that's for a reason. They don't want you by any chance at all to record anything when you come out, so there's no proof of what happens, because there are ceremonies in some of these places that happens. There are, you know, assaults that happen. You know, it's a lot of weird stuff that's going on. When Cat Williams came out and did that tour, he did that first show in Atlanta, and he's talking about he knew in the industry, he was excited and he opened the wrong door. He's not lying. I've been to some of those parties, and I'm going to tell you, 90% of those doors are the wrong damn door. I'm not going to mention whose house that I went to, but we were in Atlanta. They had just got the house. This was in, I want to say, 98 going into 1999. And they had the biggest piles of snow that I've ever seen in my life on the table. I thought that everybody was going to jail. I was antsy. I wanted to get out of there. And then I realized that wasn't nobody going to jail, because this is how they got down. This is what they do. And y'all, at the time, I was a teenager. And when I tell you piles, just think about if you outside shoveling the snow off your driveway, and take that shovel and come in your damn dining room and dump the snow on the table. And it was multiple tables like that where you can just walk up with a plate and politely, all around the damn house. I was nervous. And, you know, if that stuff is loose in the air, eventually it's in the air, you know, getting your system. You know, you touching stuff with no gloves on, it goes into your bloodstream, getting your system. So very early, I had decided that I did not like those kind of parties. I would come out when necessary, and that was all. And then when I would come out, I would only come out for certain people parties, because not everybody throws those kind of parties. But when you get in those kind of parties, if you get in there, you might not be able to get out until they let you out. So you don't want to be in a party where it's like a lock-in and they lock your ass in that house and you can't get out until they let you out. And see, I grew up a little scrappy, so I wasn't afraid to fight. So I don't want to be going nowhere where you're gonna lock me in and you got these big burly security guards that's about as big as my damn refrigerator. Because I was a drinker for sure back then, and alcohol don't tell you that you outmatched. It tell you go ahead and try it. So yeah, Cat was not lying when he talked about going to the party and opening the door to the wrong room. I'm just gonna tell y'all, damn near all them doors is the wrong room. If the door is closed, don't open the door. It's none of your damn business. Period. Said Amanda Bynes too, PTSD. Absolutely. Oh, y'all, wait a minute. There is a Disney child, because I want to do her reading between tonight and tomorrow. What's the girl named Sky? The one that got caught up in that situation with Solange's son. Y'all, she just caught a major case for laundering and we'll say substance trafficking. So I'm going to tap in and do a reading on that. But yeah, she just caught that case. And for some reason, I don't know why it hasn't picked up in the algorithm. But if you type that baby name in, yeah, she done caught a Fed case. Messing around with her, good for nothing little drug dealer boyfriend. And see, I feel bad for her to a certain extent because you could tell she was very sheltered. And the little sheltered good girl think that, oh, it's exciting. Let me go get this little ruffian. It's a rush. Sadly, you ain't know no better. You done turned into one of them For My Man episodes. Say the court of public opinion is going to tear him a new ass. I absolutely agree. John 3:16. Okay, if you gonna spam me with Bible verses, y'all can stay. I like that kind of spam. Said he looked like he was so stressed that he can't even get high. Listen, avid chatter, I'm telling you, somebody was off camera. Somebody was off camera like this with a baggie. Like, say you sorry so you can move on. You gonna say it? You gonna say it? You gonna say it? Okay, you can get it as soon as you finish apologizing. He looked like he ain't been sleeping about 3 days. So January, know where all the skeletons originated and buried. Said I met a ton of famous people and I don't want that life. Listen, it ain't what people think. It's not what people think. Everybody wants to be like the people on TV until they end up around the people on TV. It is not what y'all think. Y'all, if y'all knew how many of y'all favorite celebrities have BO, I'm not lying. I ain't making this up. A lot of those people are strung out, do not wash their ass. They put on these fancy designer clothes and they smell like a bag of onions and landfill. Those people are not what you think they are. It's very rare that you run into the ones that are well put together, that are nice people. Unfortunately, it's a hard life. It really is. And the younger you get in the industry, the worse it is for you when you get older. Said, oh, Jack don't like Nick at all. Said, yeah, she said that about Jill Scott, took her spot. Listen, Jill Scott's first song, the signature song that we all know her for, that He Loves Me, that composition, believe it or not, y'all, Jaguar Wright helped to put that composition together. So for those of you who don't know Jag's catalog, if you go back to Divorcing Neo to Mary's Soul and like those albums back then, like Jag's musicality is off the charts. That's why Jay-Z picked her, to do that MTV live special with him, because she's super talented, but she got a lot of hurt in her. Like one of my favorite songs by Jack was called Do Your Worst. That song is over 11 minutes long, and you don't even realize how long it is because it's such a strong composition. And then the chorus says, "Do your worst, but make sure that it's your best." And when you hear just the way that she composed that song and the breakdowns, and that woman is a musical genius. But like I said, she's she's pushing through a lot of hurt. And she was another one that was broken when she came into the industry because she had people that harmed her when she was a child. And that's what they look for in the industry. They look for the broken so that they can continue to exploit them. A lot of y'all favorites had very horrible childhoods. Y'all bikers going past my house, y'all. They had a lot of horrible childhoods, a lot of abuse, a lot of, we'll say, intimate abuse, because YouTube flag you for anything nowadays. But yeah, a lot of them had those backgrounds. So when you start to hear those stories, and then you start to understand more. Um, Tyrese doesn't talk much about his background, but I guarantee you something happened to him as well, because he's got a lot of hurt that he needs to deal with. If he hasn't been diagnosed, he may need to be. But I mean, those people, they put you through the ringer. They put you through the ringer in the industry. They deserve every dollar they make times 1,000 more, because at the end of the day, no amount of money is worth your soul. None. And when you get in that industry and you get those addictions, and you already self-medicating to deal with childhood issues and things that happen to you, it's designed for you to crash and burn, because they make more money off of you when you're gone than they make with you here. You can't sign a contract to get any type of deal without signing a life insurance policy. Whether you're on a movie, whether you're doing an album, they have a full life insurance policy on you. You sign something for distribution, they have a life insurance policy on you. So, hey, you leave here, they're going to make 100 times more off of you leaving here than letting you stay and have a career, because real sales, true sales, are a thing of the past. So they don't mind you going to the upper room so that they can get all their money, because it's all about it's a game. If they can cash out an insurance policy, that's the price of doing business, unfortunately. No, I ain't gonna tell nobody be afraid. Be very afraid. If you work with God and you're in the light, you have nothing to be afraid of. Be enlightened. Because once you're enlightened, it's a lot that they can't do to you. The truth is the light in the way. Be enlightened. Said a lot of that tequila on the shelf is just rubbing alcohol. Absolutely. I never drink a tequila that's marketed by a entertainer. Shoot, that one that Jeezy had to start your car. That's some that Avion. Oh, terrible. Yeah, the truth is the light. I would never tell anybody to be afraid. God doesn't give you a spirit of fear. All of that comes from Satan. Because if you're afraid, you don't know how to protect yourself and how to defend yourself. That's another reason why they like to get you young in the industry, because when you're young, your defenses are not where they need to be. Said I believe every bit of it. They actually look like they smell. I'm telling you, a lot of them damn people. If you ever want to know the truth about some of these male entertainers, these heartthrobs, believe it or not, y'all, get you a couple stripper friends. And you ain't got to have them in your everyday life. Just talk to them. They'll tell you. Folks smell like sewage. Said I'm looking to get out of the States. Seems like there's no point. Well, see, here's the thing. You can get out of the States, but this is a global problem, and that's what a lot of people don't understand. Yes, the United States is corrupt because the United States is one of the biggest prostitutes in the whole entire world. Everything is about a dollar. And right now, our dollar ain't worth nothing. That's why it's no longer a global standard. I stay right next door to Canada. Our money went down so bad that it's not even where it used to be with Canada. Like, for every Canadian dollar used to be like $1.50 in American money. Our money dropped damn near below the Canadian dollar. Our money is damn near completely worthless in the global market now. That's why they're trying to switch over to crypto and all these different type of digital money, because they don't want to tell nobody they spent up all the money a long time ago. Credit system is a illusion. It's a it's a bunch of promissory notes going around in circles. And how they make money is they charge you to let you use a promissory note. Yeah, said I prefer to just stay out of the mess. Now I like my peace. That's why I left the industry. And see, I had people that wanted me to manage their children, and I refused to manage children because I know the type of stuff they do with children. See, people will be so happy to put their children in the industry, and then they just let them run wild and free, and they're too trusting with who they let around children. There's no way in the world, if I was Usher's mom, that he could have left me to go stay in New York with a grown-ass man. No, you want my son in New York? We are coming to New York. We both live in New York now. This is my job. Look at poor Justin Bieber. That baby been crying out for help for how many years? And then when he finally started trying to speak out and tell people what happened to him, now they want to do a conservatorship. Said if you advocate for imperialism, does that mean you advocate for slavery? Most of the world props up the U.S. and the world is brutal. Listen, the world systems are falling down. And that's what they don't want to tell people. Remember, y'all, if you look at Brinks and all these systems overseas, like Greece, their money fell. And they came up with the new system for Europe, and they switched the money over. I want to say for the last 10 years, if you've been following, the forecast of money, they were talking at least 10 years ago about canceling the American dollar and coming up with a system called the Amero. And the Amero was supposed to wipe out all money in Canada, the United States, and Central and South America, and all the Americas would have the exact same dollar. And when they did that, they were going to have to wipe out the credit system and come up with a new system. But something happened and they pushed that back. But look up the Amero, because that was supposed to be the new dollar over here. Instead of them doing it here, that ended up happening over in Europe, and now they have a new dollar system. Would you say they smell like liquor, alcohol, and unclean ass? Listen, I wish I could tell you some of the people smell that good. I mean, you be surprised. I promise you be surprised. They smell like high-end trash. Got on the best makeup, the best clothes, and stink like rigor mortis and cemetery. Now you see what they coming out with, where they say that they got that BBL smell. And they had to admit that that actually is a real thing for certain people. Not everybody that got it has that problem. But I've had dancers that told me after they got you know, that type of work done, that they had to keep baby wipes to help them to wipe because the muscles were in traction back there and it made it so much harder to wipe. Excuse me, I know that's gross, but they had to do that to stay clean because, you know, the muscles back there were not the same after they got that work done. Said, I've heard of this Amero. I think we will follow Iceland, Australia, and as far as the currency as a digital ID. See what I'm talking about? Yeah, they've been talking about the Amero for at least 10 years, but they quieted it down because a lot of people were like, hell no, we're not going to change over the money. So they stopped talking to the public about it, and then they came back with crypto and all this different stuff. But they've been working on the idea for the Amero for a very long time. I keep trying to tell my husband there's no retirement money. Well, it depends on what you do. I would say get you a um, what do you call it? A life insurance policy with living benefits. Because the life insurance policy with living benefits allows you to take money out of that life insurance policy to spend on your retirement without it being taxed. And if anything is left over when you pass away, then that goes to your family. So, yeah, if you can, invest in a life insurance policy with living benefits. And that's how you circumvent these companies going under, not having a 401k, not having a 501k. Invest in, if you can, 2 or 3 life insurance policies with living benefits, and you will have a retirement. See, there's always a way around it, but they make sure not to give certain financial literacy to us. So whatever I know, if we could talk about it, I'm going to tell y'all. When y'all get a chance, you get off of here, look it up. Life insurance policy with living benefits. And that is your insurance policy that will give you your retirement. Let's see, they were suggesting one at one point. They will even know when you're on the freeway. Baby, they already doing that. That's why they got all these smart cars, because they have these digital checkpoints that when you go past, see what they did was, thank you, Avid Chatter said it's called an IUL. Thank you. They put these checkpoints where they say, oh, well, we got cameras that scan your license plate. No, they have digital checkpoints now where when they redo these roads, they actually put them down in the road and on the side walls that can scan your car when you go by if you have a certain type of car. That's another reason why they want to do all these electric cars, because once that car is completely electric and digital, they can control your car from the satellite. Y'all look at all the stuff that's happening with these Tesla cars. This woman just got locked in her car and almost, ended up in the upper room because it was, sweltering hot, and she couldn't get out the car and couldn't roll down the windows because her car was having a download. Until the car finished having a download, she couldn't get out the damn car. So imagine being trapped in your car. Can't get out your car and you're in there sweating in a hot box because the car is having a download. Yes, they put at least 300 to 400 in IUL, and you will be able to live off of that policy in your golden days. Come on, Avid Chatter. My kind of girl. You got all the jokes and you're smart. I love it. Thank you. And see, that's how you get past this system. Don't wait around for Social Security. They already rating Social Security. That's why they telling us, oh, when you get to a certain age, ain't gonna be no Social Security. How? You've been taxing me my whole life. I'm ready to do the left eye and pull up to y'all office and lock y'all in the office. Where my money? Say, yes, I use M of Omaha. Oh, okay. Said driving around in a transformer. Hell yeah. Now think about if your car decide to have an attitude problem that day. It have a glitch, and now you trying to go to work, but your car don't feel like going, and it take you all the way over here somewhere. Well, how you gonna call your job and say, I'm sorry I'm late. My car took me to Nebraska. What you mean your car took you to Nebraska? Well, I tried to come off the freeway and it wouldn't let me. So now it's just driving itself. They said they programmed Teslas to where if you miss a payment, they can cut the car on from the motherboard and make the car drive back to the dealership. Y'all, I mean, seriously, you cannot buy and sell a Tesla. If you buy a Tesla, the Tesla has to be registered. You have to go back to Tesla to get permission from Tesla to sell your damn Tesla. How you gonna tell me what the hell I can do with a car that I bought? Listen, y'all better go listen to that Goody Mob Cell Therapy. Listen to me now. Believe me later on. They was telling y'all back then what was coming. And that's why they had to change up hip hop and dumb it down, because those guys back there, they were reading. They were intelligent. These were hood dudes that were smart. They couldn't have that keep going in the music industry. Said, why do we need all of these smartphones, cars, and etc.? Baby, we don't. They're trappings. Your phone is a tracking device. Your smartwatch, tracking device. OnStar and whatever system is in your car is a tracking device. They can find you anywhere they want to find you. The more technology is in your car, the more accessible you are for whoever want to find you. Said, well, I hope my Dora the Explorer Hyundai Sonata don't drive me to the diddler's house. I don't think your car gonna drive you to the diddler's house. You just be careful you get a Tesla. Listen, half of us in this live wouldn't let us in the diddler's house because we like to fight. They'd be like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. She got me in the headlock. Get her out of here. Said, I hate being controlled there, and Teslas aren't for me. Listen, I never liked the Teslas. I thought that it was cheap in the first place. Like, it feel like a kit car, if that makes sense. It never felt like I like cars that feel safe. That car didn't feel safe to me. Like, give me some reinforced doors. Give me something that's heavy. Don't give me something that's gonna get an attitude and take me where it want to take me. And then you get these Tesla drivers that get lazy enough to fall asleep and let the car drive. I wish I would. I'm going to be asleep and tell the car to take me home. You might wake up any damn where. You don't know if the car feel like going back to your house or going back to the dealership, or the car feel like it need to go stop by, the local Piggly Wiggly, and you wake up in the parking lot and trying to figure out how you got over there. That's crazy to trust a piece of technology that much to let it drive you somewhere. I don't want a Jetsons car. Said, I love my childhood, didn't have a phone, and it was the most free I ever been. I remember having cell phones in high school in the 90s, and it was, people looked at me like I was a celebrity, because y'all remember back then, it wasn't any network plans for cell phones back then. You had to add cards to your cell phone, and you had minutes, and then you thought you was doing something when they started giving, free nights. You could talk to people for free after 9, and then it went to 7. Then it was free nights and weekends. Like, you thought you was doing something. That was back with, like, PageTel and the Motorola, and y'all, who remember MCI? MCI phone company. You had that analog phone with that big ass battery. You got to hold the whole phone like this and the battery get hot. Yes, they make you think about Pawpaw's old Thunderbird in the different light now. Hell yeah. It sure do. Give me a gas guzzler, cause the way they setting stuff up, if they take everybody off the grid and there's no more power, and you got this damn electric car, now you ain't going nowhere. You got a hunk of junk, cause you can't drive it if you can't charge it. You say going back to Cali. That used to be my song. Yes, then they didn't account for the road work. Yeah, right. Then they don't account for the road work. Yeah, so just like the CEO of the ship company that took down the bridge in Maryland. Yeah, did y'all see how that boat got to a certain point that ship literally it was going like this and turned, and they want to act like we didn't see that ship turn, and then what? Like a week later, it was another ship did the same thing, and we just all supposed to be crazy. Yes, Virgin Mobile, I remember them too. Big old cell phones roaming was crazy. Yes. I was at Qualcomm. Yep, MCI. I remember I used to have MCI phone service for the house. And shoot, you could call somebody out of state if you want to. Your phone bill be $1 million damn dollars for one phone call, depending on how far they were and if it was nights or weekends. How far have we come? But those analog phones never dropped a call. You had them little digital games that was boring as hell. You played little tennis and the little ball be like doop, doop, doop. It's a day we old. I remember that. I had unlimited. We've come a mighty long way. I didn't want this technology though. Listen, I remember when the grids went down in 5 states up here in Michigan. We didn't have power for like a week. And the only way you could talk to people was if you had a landline or you had a Nextel. Everybody else wasn't doing nothing but talking to God and playing with their damn fingers. And if your stove was a gas stove, you could still cook. But if you had an electric stove, then God bless you. You had to take whatever you could that wasn't in the freezer and just put it outside on the grill so that it just didn't go bad. But when I tell y'all that was the most peaceful time ever, when the lights and everything came back on, I was mad. I'm like, I don't want to go back to work. I was at my cousin's house. I thought they didn't pay their light bill. I'm like, excuse me. Maury just went off. Did y'all pay the light bill? I was like, yeah, we paid the light bill. Y'all, it was like something out of a movie. Everybody looked outside. We was all on the porch like, y'all out too? Y'all out too? Well, maybe it's a brownout. Baby, that brownout was for 5 days. People I knew in New York got stuck on the subways because the subways went out and they had to walk home. And say you work down in Manhattan and you live in the 5 boroughs, you literally had to walk home through the boroughs because it wasn't no trains. Unless you could catch a bus, you wasn't getting there. Oh, you said you work from MCI. See there? Lord have mercy. So let me stay in my age range. Oh, listen, said I love to stay home. Said I remember the party lines. Yes. Come on, Terry Ellis. They did used to have those party lines where you can call 1-800-EXCITE-ME. And people would be on these party lines for like $4 to $6 a minute, kicking it with people all across the United States. And between that and calling the box on cable to request music videos, you mess around and call the box and your mama beat the skin off of you when she get that phone bill and see the jukebox charges on the phone bill because you done ordered some music videos. Waiting for your folks to get off the phone so you can use your dial-up. Yes, that's how internet used to work. It was dial-up. Sure was. And then, they had those discs where they would, AOL would send out the disc for the internet. And then, everybody remember LimeWire. LimeWire put viruses on everybody's computer. Oh, my goodness. The snake on the Nokia. Oh my gosh. Y'all remember getting airbrush designs on your pager or on your phone? Oh my God. How much simpler the times were. Said I never had a cell phone in high school, only my pager. I had a pager and then I got a cell phone. I had people was like, "Can I use your phone?" What? You got 500 minutes? Yes, and those phones could be dropped off a roof of a building and still work. You ain't never lied. The analog phone never went out. I mean, ever. You could charge an analog phone on Monday and it was still charged on Friday. On the same damn charge. Never had to put it back on that charger. Yeah, so everyone was grilling and barbecuing. That was what I tell you. Everybody was like family. They said that was the most crime-free time in the city of Detroit. But I never forget the liquor stores were still opening up with flashlights, letting people to come in to buy something to drink and to buy whatever ice they needed because they had generators. And I'm like, y'all, the lights is out and y'all going to buy Hennessy. Pork and beans and grilled meat. Said I know y'all was pissed. Actually, I mean, we end up having a good time. The only time I got upset is when it got hot at night and you couldn't cut the damn fan on. Say, what's up, Auntie? Hi, sweetie. How are you? Yep, party lines. Said, my mama was not letting me get a cell phone and barely a pager. I respect her for it now. Listen, I had my cell phone and pager. You couldn't tell me nothing. I had people in my family was like, where the hell you get a cell phone from? Only drug dealers and doctors got pagers and cell phones. Oh, man. Yeah, I said the phone chats from different states. Yes, that was our internet back then. if the children now could see what MySpace used to look like versus them being on Instagram and all these different apps, it wasn't no such thing as apps the way they are now. It was sites, and MySpace was basic as hell compared to what we used to now. So just to think about, how the fan bases started off of MySpace compared to how stuff work now. Said I caught a virus using LimeWire. Up for hours playing The Sims. Damn, The Sims been around forever. Oh man, yes, the box. Listen, you couldn't tell me nothing. Like back when cable, where you used to go to the guide and it was like the guide would scroll across the screen. You would see all the channels scroll up, and you had to. It took a while for them to make it to where you could scroll up. Like it was scrolling. If you didn't watch it close enough or fast enough, you would miss your channel. You had to wait for it to scroll all over again. Oh man. Said board games pass the time and cards. Yeah. Listen, and don't jump in to play spades and you can't play. You done messed up everything. You can put out the house, you get in the spades game and you cut somebody. What did you say, Drake or Kendrick? Kendrick? Yes, simpler times. Well, see, we had better communication skills because we didn't have all these distractions that people have nowadays. A lot of these people nowadays don't know how to communicate with each other because they're so social media savvy that even when they go on, how you on a date and y'all both like this? And you can't eat and your food getting cold because you got to wait for your date to take a picture of everything. Like, just eat. Shit, we don't have to know that you ate. But I'm going to go ahead and get up out of here, y'all, because I got to get a little rest. I was supposed to be doing some content, but as always, I love it here with y'all. Yes, Pen Pals from Word Up Magazine. Lord, the journey, if you ain't took it back with that one. Yes, absolutely. So I was so happy when they let us purchase them, then got mad because it wasn't the right part of the song, right? You out your ever loving man. Ain't nobody over here trying to get back with P. Diddy. That's your job. No Face Nation. Matter of fact, let's keep you off this channel. Let's help you out. Said word up, spades would get you disowned in the black family. Yes, it would. You get put out the damn house. You playing off and cutting people and putting out the wrong damn cards. If you can't play, don't touch the table. Spades and bid whist will cause pocket knives to come out. Because the old folks in my family, they you play off on some bid whist and see what happens. Said I was catching my song for voicemail back then in the day. See, Terry Ellis, come on now. They don't even know about the old school voicemail where you had to record your song off the radio on a blank tape, and then you would play it and get your best, radio announcer voice together so you could sound nice and sophisticated and sexy on your voicemail. And you would re-record that voicemail probably about 5, 6, 7, 8 times until you got the perfect one. But I'm going to go ahead and let y'all go because I might go ahead and do some content tonight. If I don't, then I'm going to just do my content tomorrow. But I love talking to y'all. I love that it's an enlightened bunch over here. Many blessings to all of you. And before it's all said and done, y'all, no Diddy. Oh my gosh. Everybody have a great evening. For everybody who is an umbrella, I will be live tomorrow night. We're going to come back and do the live for Tory every 2 weeks on Monday. We tap in with the Tory Lanez case, and I'm going to keep tapping in until Tory's home. So I will see y'all tomorrow night. Avid chatter, here you come with this foolishness. Wait, Angel, check the pressure gauge on Clive's tank before you go. Listen, I'm going to put some peppermint soap in the gauge. Then we'll find out. We'll find out what's really good. Oh, thank you. Said the coolest chat ever. Everybody, good night. I will see y'all tomorrow for the Tory Lanez tap in because I want to get through everybody's testimony. I'm warning y'all, when we get to Henny's testimony, just know it's not my fault. I am literally reading what's on the paper, okay? That's all I can tell you. I am only reading what's on the paper. Y'all have a wonderful evening. Be blessed. And I'll see y'all tomorrow night. Bye-bye, y'all.